Whatever you do, do not listen to this entire compilation while out in the Appalachian Mountains, or while hiking the Appalachian Trail. In fact, don't even go in the woods with this playing. I cannot guarantee your safety if you do. I cannot guarantee that something out there is not listening and being drawn to your location right now. But perhaps if you subscribe and like, and even follow and rate Unexplained Encounters on your favorite podcast app, there is a chance that you will survive this compilation all the way through. Let's begin. I don't drive through Appalachia anymore. From Talwyn. I've always been creeped out by the Appalachian Mountains. That's especially true after dark. You hear stories from time to time about hikers going missing, and you hear about the ghost towns or forgotten places out there. Stuff you don't want to think about when you're alone in the dark driving through that region. Well, twice a year I have to make this drive for a regional sales meeting. And twice a year I dread it for weeks beforehand. The meeting itself is not the worst. It's boring corporate stuff in a conference town in West Virginia. It's about 8 hours of PowerPoints and sales projections and mandatory team building exercises that everybody has to suffer through. But the drive back, that's what gets me. Hours of driving through winding mountain roads. I've tried to make this part of the trip better. Music playlists and audiobooks, podcasts too, but it never really takes my mind completely off of it. I'm always aware, even subconsciously, that I'm out here, and if anything happened to my car and I got stranded out here, what would I even do? So even if I was listening to stuff on my phone or through the radio, I found myself thinking and praying that that would never happen. During my most recent fall trip, something happened. It was the time of year where everything gets dark earlier, and the meeting ran late, as usual. My regional manager loves the sound of his own voice and kept us an extra hour going over quotas that we'd already discussed 2 times before. By the time I got on the road, the sun was already setting. I've made the drive a dozen times before, always breathing a sigh of relief when I finally hit the interstate on the other side. I unfortunately knew the drive like the back of my hand. All the places where deer tend to jump out and where cell phone coverage gets a bit spotty. But I apparently didn't know the place well enough, because I didn't know what was out there. 2 hours into the drive back, my car started to make a sound I'd never heard it make before. It was like a stuttering or coughing noise from somewhere under the hood. My first instinct was I was running out of gas, but the gauge showed I had at least half a tank. Then I wondered if I accidentally got the wrong type of gas back at the station. Well, the sound got worse. Then the engine light flicked on, causing my stomach to sink. The car began to lose power, and the accelerator suddenly felt mushy under my foot. "Oh God, no," I muttered, pumping the gas pedal like that would help. "Not here. Not now." The engine coughed again, violent enough to shake the whole car. I managed to pull over to the shoulder just as it died completely, rolling to a stop next to a guardrail that dropped off into invisible darkness. I sat there for a moment in sudden silence, my hands still gripping the wheel hard enough to hurt. The road was empty in both directions, just a narrow strip of asphalt cutting through dense forests. No streetlight out here. They don't waste electricity on roads this remote anyway. No houses I could see, no friendly porch lights in the distance. No signs of civilization except for the fading yellow lines on the pavement and a rusted mile marker that I couldn't read in the dark. I tried the ignition just in case. Nothing but a clicking sound. I tried again and got the same result. The battery was fine, all the lights still worked, but the engine was dead. I pulled out my phone, relieved to see that I had 3 bars. At least something was going right. I called my wife first. She needed to know, and I was happy to hear her voice.
"Hey, hon.
She answered on the second ring. I could hear our daughter babbling in the background. That sweet nonsense sound 3-month-olds make. How'd the meeting go? It was fine, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Listen, I broke down on the road in the mountains. I'm probably about halfway back. Oh no, are you okay? What happened? Yeah, I'm okay, just the car died. Started to make a weird noise, then just stopped. I'm gonna call a tow truck, then probably call Brent to see if he could pick me up. Where exactly are you? Maybe I should come get you. No, I said quickly. The thought of her driving all the way out here with the baby on these roads in the dark. Ugh, absolutely not. No, I'll be okay. I'll get a tow and a ride. Don't wait up for me. This might take a while, but I'll be home. You sure? You sound worried. I was worried. Something about sitting out here surrounded by nothing but dark trees and empty road. It was setting off every alarm bell in my head. But I wasn't about to tell my wife how scared I was. Just frustrated. I'll text you updates. Give Emmy a kiss for me, okay? We took another minute to say our goodbyes. After we hung up, I felt more alone than ever. I googled tow services in the area. I scrolled through results that were mostly closed for the night. Finally, I found one that advertised 24-hour service. The guy who answered sounded half asleep and not thrilled about the call. He asked which mile marker I remembered seeing last. I did my best to remember, but I hoped telling him that I was 20 minutes from such and such would help. He told me it would be quite the haul and would take him about an hour and a half to get there. I told him that's fine. I didn't really have a choice. He let me know to keep my hazards on and to stay with the car. So I did just that. When I hung up, I thought, an hour and a half alone on this road. Maybe 2 hours. Fantastic. I scrolled down to Brent's contact in my phone. He only lived about 40 minutes away. We'd worked together years ago, and he was one of those guys who dropped everything to help a friend. We've stayed in contact. He's a good guy. I was assuming he would be happy to come get me if he was still awake. Would be much faster than the tow truck driver, and I could just tell the tow truck driver that I got a ride. Hey man, you busy? I asked when he picked up. Just watching some TV. What's up? You sound weird. Well, you're not gonna believe it. My car broke down out here in the middle of the mountains. Is there any chance you can come get me? I called a tow truck, but I'd rather not have to wait that long, and I was interrupted by the sounds of footsteps on leaves. It was coming from the other side of my car. It made me think it was a person the way it was walking. There was a person out here with me. I went quiet and strained to listen, but the footsteps stopped. Yo, man, you still there? Brent's voice came through the phone. Yeah, I think someone's outside my car, I whispered. What? Who would be out there? Brent asked. Good question. We were miles from the nearest town, no houses around. No reason for anyone to be walking along this stretch of road at, I checked the clock, 9:47 at night. I don't know, I whispered, slowly turning my head to look out the passenger window. There stood a man in the dark. He was only about 3 feet from my car. The sight of him made my whole body go cold. He wore torn, filthy overalls that might have been blue once, but were now the color of dirt and old stains. There was no shirt underneath that I could see. His pale chest was visible through the gaps. His feet were bare, which was nonsensical. It was like 40 degrees out here, and the ground had to be freezing. And his face, well, there was something stretched over it. My brain processed it at first as a mask, maybe a Halloween kind of thing. But as my eyes adjusted, I realized what it actually was. It was the skinned face of an animal of some sort. A hare, I think, though it was hard to tell with the way it was stretched out. The ears hung down on either side of where his human ears would be, and rough holes had been cut for the eyes and mouth. Through those holes, I could see human eyes reflecting the dim light from my dashboard, eyes that were staring directly at me. He wasn't moving. He was standing there watching me through that horrible mask. He had one arm behind his back and the other at his side. His chest was rising and falling with big, deep breaths. There is a man," I said to Brent. My voice was barely above a whisper. Jesus Christ, Brent, he's wearing an animal face. Like a skinned animal face as a mask. He's just standing there staring at me."
What? Are you freaking serious right now?
Dead serious. The guy just walked out of the woods just now. He's just standing there.
Okay, lock your doors. Are they locked already?
I hit the lock button, even though I was pretty sure they were already locked. The click seemed impossibly loud in the silence. The man didn't seem to react. "Yeah, they're locked."
Good. Maybe he's just... I don't know, maybe he needs help. Maybe his car broke down too.
I almost laughed at that. "Brent, he's wearing a freaking skinned rabbit face and no shoes. I don't think he has a car."
Right, Jesus, okay, I'm getting in my car right now. I'm coming to get you. Just stay calm, don't do anything stupid.
I tried to control my breathing. I kept my eyes on the man. He hadn't moved an inch since I noticed him. His hand hung at his side, the other still behind his back. That really creeped me out. "Man, he's got one hand behind his back," I told Brent. I could hear Brent starting his car through the phone.
What do you mean?
"I mean, he's hiding something behind his back, but I can't see it."
Don't engage with him, just stay in the car. Doors locked, windows up.
But something made me roll down my window just a crack. I'm sure it was stupid, yeah. I had to try though. Maybe he was just a local weirdo who needed help. Maybe there was a reasonable explanation for this. Heck, maybe he did come to help me. Hello? Do you need anything? Are you okay?" I called out. The man didn't respond, but I could hear him breathing now through the crack in the window. Deep and ragged breaths. But he didn't make any move to speak. "Sir, can you hear me? Is there something I could do for you?" Nothing. Just that horrible breathing and unblinking eyes. "I don't think he's okay," I whispered to Brent. "He's doing these really deep breaths and he's not moving."
How far are you from that one gas station? You know the one I'm talking about.
I think about 15 miles, 20? Too far to walk, especially with this guy here.
Okay, don't worry about it. I'm gonna do 90 all the way there. I should be there in 30 minutes at most. Should we call the cops?
I don't know yet, Brent. Should we wait? And then the man moved, just slightly, shifting his weight from one bare foot to the other. The hand that was visible clenched and unclenched, and his breathing sounded heavier. "He's moving," I reported. "Acting really weird, more weird, I mean. I think maybe I should just start walking. I don't think I feel safe here."
No, man, you're safe inside that car. He can't get into you.
"But what if he..." Click. The sound cut through our conversation like a gunshot. The man had reached out with his visible hand and opened my passenger door. It swung open about 6 inches. Did my lock break? Did it not work anymore? How had that happened? I just locked it, double-checked it even. He left the door open just that much, like a message, as if he was telling me that he could get in whenever he pleased. He just opened my door.
Crap, man, I thought you locked it.
I did. I don't know what's happening.
Oh, crap, I'm coming as fast as I can. 25 minutes, just stay calm.
Stay calm, right. There was a man in a rabbit skin face mask holding my door handle, something hidden behind his back, and I was supposed to stay calm. "What do you think he wants?" I asked Brent, but it sounded more like I was asking myself. The man still hadn't spoken to me, still had barely moved. His breathing was the only sound besides my own panicked heartbeat and Brent's voice giving me updates through the phone.
I just passed the creek. Still doing 90. Hang in there.
We stayed like that for the longest minutes of my life. Me in the car and him outside with his hand on my door handle. At any point, he could just yank it fully open and dive in at me. It was like some kind of bizarre standoff. I kept glancing towards his hidden hand. I wanted to know what he was concealing. I needed to know. Was it a knife or a gun? My imagination was going wild.
What's happening now?
Brent asked. Nothing so far. He's just standing there holding the door.
I swear he's probably on drugs or something. PCP makes people do crazy stuff.
Maybe. But the way he acted was so calm and steady, like he was in full control of himself, in such control that he could make a subtle threat like that with the door. I glanced at the man again and nearly dropped my phone. He had removed his hand from the door handle. He had it raised up and was holding up 3 fingers. Brent, he's holding 3 fingers up now.
Huh? What does that mean?
I have no idea. His fingers were dirty, the nails black with grime, but he was holding them steadily. The 3 fingers were raised, like a little kid showing you how old they are. Through the eye holes of that terrible mask, he was still staring at me. I swear to God, I hadn't even seen him blink yet. We watched each other, like predator and prey, and I couldn't be sure which one I was. Then, he lowered 1 finger. Oh, dang man, he just put 1 down. He's counting down.
To what?
I don't know, Brent. I don't know. My mind raced. I gripped my door handle, but I was afraid to make any sudden move. What was he going to do? Did he actually have a weapon behind his back? And was he about to use it? Was he counting down to give me a chance to run, or would any sudden movement set him off? About another minute passed, the longest minute of my life. I watched those 2 fingers like they were a bomb timer, waiting for the next one to drop. The man's breathing got heavier, almost panting now. And then, the 2nd finger lowered. Brent, he's down to 1.
Look, man, I'm almost 15 minutes, maybe 12 minutes from there. I'm flying, dude, running every light, every stop sign.
1 finger. Pale and dirty and terrible. If I didn't know any better, the man's breathing didn't sound like panting, it sounded more like excitement. And through the mouth hole of the mask, I could see the hint of teeth. Was he smiling? I gotta do something, man. I can't just sit here and wait for whatever.
I'm telling you, dude, don't get out of that car.
But what if... Then 3 things happened at once. The final finger went down. The phone call instantly dropped, and it sounded like the man laughed. Frantically, I looked up my phone and began to press buttons, but nothing happened. It was like the battery died, even though I swear I had plenty of battery. That's impossible. Phones don't just die out of nowhere. I looked back at the man, and I'd never been more sure that he was smiling. He began to raise his hand back up, and he brought up his 3 fingers again. No, I said out loud. No, please, no. He was going to count down again. And this time, I had no phone, no Brent as my lifeline, no idea how close help was or wasn't. I was completely alone with whatever was about to happen. I was trapped. If I ran, where would I even go? The woods on either side were pitch black and might be full of his friends. The road stretched empty in both directions, no guarantee of finding help before he caught up to me. And if I tried to get out, he could just lunge in before I was able to. We'd established that. He lowered a finger. 2. I had to do something, anything. Fighting him seemed like my only option, but with what? I looked around desperately. Then I saw something. In the pocket of my door, there was a forgotten metal tumbler that I'd once used for my water kick, back when I was trying to do 8 cups of water a day. I had just left it in my car and never brought it back inside. I would use that if the unspeakable happened. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Then, another finger went down. One more left. My heart felt like it was going to overload. This was it. Whatever he'd been counting toward, it was about to happen. I put my hand on my door handle, ready to burst out and grab that tumbler at the same time, for the final confrontation. It was the worst plan, but it was all I had. "Please," I said, loud enough that I was sure he could hear me. "Please don't do this. Whatever you're planning to do, please. I have a wife, a newborn daughter at home. She's only 3 months old. Her name is Amelia. We call her Emmy. She just started to smile last week, real smiles, not just gas. I just want to see them again, please. I'll give you anything, my wallet, my car, whatever you want. Just please let me go home." The man tilted his head slightly, that awful rabbit face cocking to one side. I was actually surprised he moved in response at all. Was he considering my words? The one finger stayed up. For a moment I wondered, did I get through to him? Maybe there was something human under that mask after all. His breathing went quiet too, and I couldn't see that smile anymore. There was something in his eyes. Recognition, maybe pity? Then headlights swept around the bend behind us. The man's head snapped toward the light, and it made me jump. In that moment, I looked at the lights too. And when I looked back, all I saw was the man's back as he disappeared into the woods, and something long and dark in the hand he had been hiding the entire time. Brent arrived in his beat-up Tahoe just in time. I was so happy to see him I could have hugged him right there. But I couldn't move. I stayed in the car, and before long Brent was at my window. He had a tire iron in his hand, and he was looking around wildly. "Where's the guy? I didn't see anyone coming in." I pointed toward the woods. "He ran off when he saw your lights." "Good. All right, we gotta go, man. Get in my car." I struggled to undo my seatbelt. "Jesus, man, you're shaking like a leaf. What happened? When the call disconnected, what happened?" I told him everything he missed as we went to his car. He believed me. He seemed to feel bad that I went through all that. "And you never saw what he had behind his back?" "Yeah, but just a glimpse. It was long and dark, but could have been anything really." We didn't wait for the tow truck. We drove away, and I called the tow truck number again. The same man picked up, and I let him know that I got a ride, and he could take my vehicle, and I would come to pick it up later, after it's been fixed, obviously. I got a call from a mechanic once they fixed it. Said it was the strangest thing. Looked like my fuel line had been shredded somehow. Asked if I remembered running over anything. I told him I didn't. I had no idea how my fuel line would have gotten in that state. I still have to make that drive twice a year. I leave at dawn now, though, making absolutely sure I'm off the mountain before dark. I keep my tank full, my phone charged, and a weapon within reach. I've tried to get the company to let me do virtual meetings, but they insist on doing this face-to-face. So I go, but I watch those woods the whole time, and if we have to stay late, and I can't make it through the woods before dark, then I just stay at a hotel. My wife is very understanding of that matter. Forgotten Trail, from Leander R. Growing up in the Appalachian Mountains, I'd always been warned about the old trails. Some were safe, well-traveled paths that led to stunning overlooks. Others, my grandfather would say, were forgotten for a reason. When I was 16, My friends and I decided to take a shortcut through one of those abandoned trails to get to our campsite before dark. It was overgrown, barely a path anymore. But we went on, laughing at my grandfather's warnings. The deeper we went, the quieter the forest became. Birds stopped chirping. Even the rustling of leaves seemed to hush. And we soon noticed these carvings. They were symbols etched onto trees, deep and fresh, though some were faded with age. There were circles, spirals, strange figures with elongated limbs. None of us could understand them, but they all pointed in one direction: forward. By the time we realized we were lost, the sun had dipped below the mountains, and that's when the whispering began. At first it was faint, like the wind in the trees, but then it grew clearer. Voices murmuring just beyond the edge of our flashlights. We called out to it, thinking maybe it was someone messing with us. But there was no answer besides more whispering, and it started to circle us. Panic set in. We turned back the way we came, but the path was different, narrower, darker. The symbols on the trees had changed. Instead of abstract shapes, they now depicted human figures with hollow eyes and gaping mouths. And then we saw them. Tall, thin shadows, standing among the trees, barely visible, shifting whenever we tried to focus on them. One stepped closer to us. My friend screamed and bolted. We followed, crashing through the woods, running without direction. The whispers turned to laughter, mocking us with that distorted sound. Somehow we stumbled out of the woods onto an old dirt road. The trail was gone. No opening in the trees, no sign of the path we had taken. My friend was never the same after that night. He stopped talking to the rest of our friend group, and he even moved away a year later. I did my best not to think about it. Just last week, I went hiking with my girlfriend when I saw something carved into a tree near our cabin. One of those symbols, but it was freshly etched, and below it, in deep, jagged letters, was what looked to be my name. I don't think we were supposed to leave that night, and I don't think they ever stopped watching. A few nights later, I heard something outside our cabin. I thought it was the usual nighttime sounds at first. Wind or the occasional cracking of a branch, the cabin settling. But I heard the familiar whispering, just outside the window. I lay there frozen, barely breathing. Sarah was asleep beside me, oblivious. I turned my head slowly, my pulse pounding in my ears. Through the thin curtain, I could see the outline of something tall standing just beyond the trees. Someone watching. I shut my eyes as tight as I could, telling myself it wasn't real. I was just dreaming. The next morning, I found footprints outside the cabin, but they weren't normal. They were long and misshapen, like whatever had been out there wasn't entirely human, but maybe it was trying to appear so. The dirt was disturbed around the base of a nearby tree, and carved into its bark was a new message. You left. We remember. I didn't tell Sarah. I didn't want to scare her. And I didn't know what they wanted. We left that night, and I pray I never hear them again. My brother Daniel had been living in the mountains for 2 years when he sent me the picture of the claw marks, 8 feet up a tulip poplar, gouged deep into the bark. 5 parallel grooves that looked like someone had gone at the tree with a garden rake. Except the spacing was particularly wide, and the cuts went down to the pale wood underneath.
Bear, probably.
He texted.
Maybe a cat. They've been making a comeback, you know. Mountain lions.
I was sitting in my truck outside a distribution warehouse in Dayton, eating a gas station sandwich that tasted like the plastic it came wrapped in. I'd been driving forklifts for the same company since I was 19, and lunch break was the only part of the shift I looked forward to anymore. It was November. The sky was the color of old dishwater, and I'd been putting off this trip for 6 months.
You keep saying you're gonna come down,
Daniel wrote.
Starting to think you're scared.
I wasn't scared, I just didn't see the point of driving 9 hours to sit in the woods and not shoot a thing. Which is what hunting with Daniel always amounted to. He talked too much, he moved too loud, and he got bored after the first hour. When we were kids, he'd start throwing rocks at squirrels just to watch them scatter, and it drove our father crazy. But he kept asking, and the pictures kept coming. He told me about the whispering outside his front door at 3 a.m. One time he found a dead rabbit on his porch, arranged in a way he couldn't quite describe, but that made his skin crawl. On one occasion, he heard something large moving through the hollow behind his house after dark, crashing through the brush without any apparent concern for stealth. Daniel treated it all like entertainment. Like living in a haunted house was just another adventure for a guy who'd spent his 20s bouncing between startup jobs, ashram retreats, and one disastrous attempt at day trading crypto.
Fine.
I texted back.
Weekend after Thanksgiving. I'll bring the bourbon. Yeah, bring the good stuff. None of that bottom shelf bullcrap you drink,
he replied. The drive from Dayton to Daniel's place in eastern Kentucky took 11 hours with stops. I left before dawn on a Friday. The roads were empty and glazed with frost, and by the time I hit the West Virginia line, the sun was up and weak behind a ceiling of gray cloud that looked like it went all the way to heaven. I stopped for gas outside Charleston. The station was one of those old independent places with 2 pumps and a convenience store that sold live bait, chewing tobacco, lottery tickets. A hand-lettered sign in the window advertised night crawlers and a psychic reading special, 2 for 1. I filled the tank and went inside for coffee. The woman behind the counter was maybe 70, with white hair pulled back tight. Her skin looked like a dried-up apple. She watched me pour my coffee without blinking. When I brought it to the register, she raised an eyebrow at me, then said, "Heading into the mountains?" "Yes, ma'am." "Family?" My brother. He's got a place outside Belfry." She blinked. "The Odom house, on the ridge," she said. I hadn't told her Daniel's name, or the name of the property. Small towns, I guessed, because she was right. Maybe word travels. "Yeah, that's the one." She rang up my coffee, her fingers very slow on the keys, painfully slow. "You be careful on them roads. Storm coming in tomorrow, snow up high, rain down low." She handed me my change without meeting my eyes. "Be careful in general." I waited for her to say more, but she didn't. Instead, she turned away, straightening cigarette packets behind the counter, like I'd already left. The coffee tasted burnt. I drank it anyway. I drove deeper into Kentucky. The interstate gave way to state highways, and those gave way to country roads. And before long, those became 2-lane blacktop that wound through hollows and over ridges, with names like Greasy Creek or Frozen Branch or even Marrowbone. The GPS signal stuttered and died, somewhere around the Pike County line. I was navigating by the directions Daniel had texted me, landmarks instead of street names. He said,
"Left at the church with the blue roof, right at the barn that looks like it's about to fall over. Keep on going till you see the dead oak tree that got hit by lightning."
I was about 20 minutes out from his place when I came around a curve and saw the truck pulled off on the shoulder. It was an old Ford, primer gray, with a dented tailgate and a rebel flag sticker peeling off the back window. A man was crouched at the edge of the road, doing something with his hands. I slowed down, and he looked up at me, squinting against my headlights, even though it was in the middle of the afternoon. He appeared to be pulling something off the road. Roadkill, the dark shape of it, his hands buried in fur. I pulled over behind him, because that's what you do out here, and I got out of my truck. "You need some help?" The man straightened up. He was younger than I'd thought, maybe 40, with a lean-looking face. He either didn't eat enough, or he drank too much. Couldn't tell. His hands were wet with blood, dark in the gray light. "Just getting this off the road," he said. His voice had that flat mountain accent, the vowels stretched thin. "I don't like leaving 'em to get run over twice." I walked closer and looked at what he was dragging. It was a deer, or it used to be a deer. A doe from the size of it, though it was hard to tell because of what had been done to it. The belly was torn open from sternum to pelvis. The organs had spilled out into a wet pile on the asphalt. That wasn't unusual for roadkill, but what was unusual was the rest of it. The thing's head had been twisted around half a dozen times. Not broken, but twisted. Looked like someone had grabbed it by the snout and just kept turning until the spine gave way. The eyes were open, filmed over with white, staring back along the body toward the ruined belly. The mouth was open too, tongue lolling out at an angle that made it look like the animal was laughing at some joke. "Christ," I said. The man glanced at me, then back to the deer. "Yep, ain't seen one this bad in a while." "What hit it?" He grabbed the deer by its hind legs and dragged it off the road into the brown grass of the ditch. It left a smear of red and something darker on the asphalt. When he was done, he stood there looking down at it, wiping his hands on his jeans. "Nothing hit it," he said finally. "Wasn't hit." "What do you mean?" He looked at me again. His eyes were the color of old ice. "I mean, there ain't no tire marks, no glass. Nothing hit this deer." He shook his head real slow. "Something caught it. Something that likes to, play with its food." He gestured towards it. I looked at the deer again, at that twisted neck and splayed organs. The way the legs were positioned, like it had been trying to run even after it had died. The man was right. That wasn't impact damage. It was more like a sculpture. What kind of animal kills like that? The man began to walk back to his truck. "You heading up to the Odom place?" he said. "Your brother, right? The one from up north?" I didn't ask how he knew. Probably the same way the woman at the gas station knew. Probably. Small towns. "Yeah." He opened his truck door, then paused. He looked back at me over his shoulder. "You tell him Red Williamson says hey, and tell him—" He stopped, working his jaw like he was chewing on something that he didn't plan to swallow. "Well, tell him to keep his doors locked. All of them. Even the ones he thinks don't matter." He got in his truck and drove away. I stood there on the shoulder of the road, the smell of that blood and something else musky and sour heavy in the cold air. After a minute, I got back in my own truck and kept on driving. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I didn't want to see if anything was watching me go, or coming back for its kill. Daniel's house sat on a ridge overlooking a hollow so deep, the bottom of it was already in shadow, even though the sunset was still an hour away. His house itself was old. Victorian, he told me. Built by some coal money family back when coal money meant something. It had a wraparound porch and tall windows, and a roof that peaked in 3 places like a row of crooked teeth. He'd bought it cheap. Of course he had. Nobody wanted to live this far from anything, in a house that had been empty for the better part of a decade, on a ridge that the locals apparently called the Odom place. Daniel was waiting on the porch when I pulled up. He had apparently grown a beard since I'd last seen him, a thick red thing that made him look like a lumberjack or a craft brewery owner. Flannel, work boots, beer in his hand, the picture of rustic contentment. "You actually came," he said as I got out of the truck. "Guess I owe Jenny $20. Who's Jenny?" "Lady at the hardware store. She bet me you'd chicken out." "Nice to know you have faith in me." He grinned and came down the porch steps to help me with my bags. We did the half-hug thing that brothers do, where you're close enough to smell each other but not close enough to admit you missed anyone. "Long drive?" he asked. "Long enough." I grabbed my duffel and my gun case from the back seat. "Met one of your neighbors along the way. Think it was Red Williamson. He said hey." Daniel's grin flickered. Just for a second, barely there, but I caught it. Red's good people. A little intense, but good people. He was pulling a dead deer off the road, discussing what killed it. "Well, what killed it?" "Well, that's what I'm asking you now." Daniel took my duffel and started up the porch steps. "Oh, probably a cat. Mountain lions are coming back, like I said. Or maybe a bear. They do weird stuff sometimes." "Do bears twist deer's head around backwards several times in a row?" He stopped at the door and stared at me. The grin was gone now. His expression was one of disgust. "Is that what it did?" "Yeah, I saw it." He was quiet for a second, then he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Never mind that. Come on in, I'll give you the tour. After that, you can tell me all about it over whiskey." The inside of that house was nicer than I'd expected. Daniel had put some work into it. New floors, fresh paint, modern fixtures, though admittedly those looked out of place against the old bones of the building. The kitchen had granite countertops and stainless steel appliances. The living room had a leather couch and a TV the size of a small car. He'd made it comfortable, livable. But there were things he hadn't touched up. There was a staircase at the back of the house, which led up to a second-floor landing where the wallpaper was still peeling. The light fixtures were still old brass, and the air was thick with that stale smell of rooms that never get opened. There was a door under the stairs that he had padlocked shut. The windows in the back looked out onto the hollow, their curtains drawn tight, even in the middle of the day. "Guest rooms upstairs," Daniel said, leading me past the padlocked door without comment. "Bathrooms at the end of the hall. Water takes a minute to get hot." "What's behind that door?" "Basement. I don't go down there." "Why not?" He shrugged. "Foundation's bad. Whole thing floods when it rains." He started up the stairs, carrying my duffel. "Come on, I'll show you where you're sleeping." The guest room was at the front of the house, overlooking the driveway and the dirt road, which led back down to the highway. The bed was a queen, the mattress still wrapped in plastic. A window seat looked out on the ridge across the hollow. In the fading light, I could see the tree line, black against gray sky, and nothing moved anywhere. "Wow, not bad," I said. "Told you." Daniel set my duffel on the bed. "Get on settled, I'll start some dinner." He left. I stood at the window for a while, looking out over the mountains. The clouds were lower now, pressing down on the ridges like a hand pressing down on a chest. The woman at the gas station had been right about the storm. I could feel it coming in the way the air tasted, sort of metal-like. In the hollow below, something moved. Briefly, just a shadow there and gone, slipping between the trees at the edge of the dark. I waited for it to reappear, but it didn't. I unpacked my bag and went downstairs. Dinner was steaks, baked potatoes, a bottle of Blanton's I'd brought from home. We ate at the kitchen table, which was an old farmhouse thing Daniel had found at an estate sale, scarred and pitted, probably worth more than my truck though. "So," Daniel said, sawing into his steak. "That deer." That deer." "Well, Red showed you?" "Well, he made a point of it. Let me get a real good look." Daniel chewed, swallowed, took a sip of bourbon. "Yeah, he does that. Thinks he's doing people a favor, warning them. What's he trying to warn people about? The weirdness, Daniel grinned. That's what I call it, the weirdness. This place is lousy with it. I told you about the whispering, right, and the thing in the hollow? Sure, I do remember that. It's better in person, trust me. He leaned back in his chair, bourbon glass balanced on his knee. So last week, I'm sitting on the back porch, middle of the night, can't sleep. I hear something come up out of the hollow. Something big, heavy. I can hear it breathing. Sounded like a dog that had been running too hard. And it just stands there maybe 30 feet from the porch, in the dark where I can't see it. This went on for like 20 minutes. Just the breathing. And then it leaves. And you just sat there? What do you want me to do, go chase it? You could have gone inside before something ate you. And missed the show? He shook his head. That's the thing you don't get. This stuff, it's not scary, it's interesting. I mean, when's the last time something interesting happened to you? I thought about my days. The job sites that all looked the same. The apartment with the leaky faucet I kept meaning to fix. And the girlfriend who left 2 years ago. Not to mention the silence she left behind. It's been a while, I admitted. Exactly. Daniel pointed at me with his fork. Out here, I never know what's going to happen next. That deer you saw, that's new. I've never seen one like that before. Means something's changing, something's different. He was smiling. There was nothing fake about it. He was genuinely excited. Don't you want to know what it is? I didn't answer. I decided to finish my bourbon. Hey, you remember when we were kids? Daniel said, pouring me another glass without asking. That summer at the lake house. You remember what we found in the woods? Do I? The dog. The dead dog. Except it wasn't just dead, was it? Looked like something had put it there, laid it out like it was sleeping. Except dogs don't sleep like that. Then we found another one and another one, all in a line going deeper into the woods. Yeah, Dad made us stop looking for it. Daniel nearly choked. That's because Dad was scared. I remember his face when we told him. He knew something, never told us what, though. Daniel took another drink. I've been thinking about that a lot lately. How he grew up around here before he moved north. How he never wanted to come back. The way he'd get sometimes, this look on his face, when the news talked about something weird happening in Appalachia. He set down his glass. You know, I think he knew. Whatever's out here, I think he knew about it. That's a hell of a thing to say, Daniel. Well, it's a hell of a place. We looked at each other across the table, and for a moment it felt like we were kids again. Daniel with his wild ideas and me trying to keep up. Both of us standing at the edge of something we didn't understand. If this is your way of making me feel better about being here, I said, it's not working. Daniel laughed. A good sound. Come on, one more drink. Then I want to show you something. He poured us both another bourbon, then grabbed a couple of blankets from the couch. Porch, he said. We wrapped up tight to ward off the cold. The clouds had come in thick while we'd been eating, and the dark was absolute out here. No moon that night. The stars were absent too. Just the black shape of mountains against slightly less black sky. Give it a minute, Daniel said. Just listen. I listened. At first, there was nothing but the wind in the trees and the creak of the old house settling. But then, underneath it, I started to hear something. A rhythm like footsteps or maybe a heartbeat. There was something moving through the hollow below, heavy and slow. "You hear it?" Daniel whispered. I nodded. Every night, he said, around this time, something walks to the hollow. I've never seen it yet, not clearly. But I've heard it, like this. And sometimes, if I wait long enough. He pointed toward the tree line at the edge of the property. There. I looked. At first I didn't see anything. But then, at the very edge of the dark, where the yard met the woods, something shifted. A shape, tall and hunched over, moving between the trees. It was there maybe 2 seconds. Then it was gone, swallowed by blackness. Jesus Christ, I said. I know. Daniel was grinning, actually grinning. Isn't it incredible? That's not the word I'd use. What is it? That's the beauty of it. I have no idea. We stayed up late after that, talking. Not about the weirdness, mostly. Our parents came up. Both of them were gone now. Dad from a heart attack 4 years ago. Mom from cancer. We talked about the girls we dated and the ones we let get away. I talked about the business I was trying to build on the side. Then we discussed the consulting work Daniel did that seemed to involve a lot of video calls and not much else. He was doing well for himself, better than I'd expected. The house was paid off and the car in the driveway was new. He'd put on weight, but in a healthy way. He didn't seem so stressed these days. Whatever he was doing out here, despite the creepy stuff, it was working for him. You ever get lonely out here? I asked. The bottle of Blanton's was nearly empty between the two of us. Sometimes, but there's people around, if I want them. Town's only 20 minutes away, and there's the neighbors. Like Red? Yep, like Red. And the Combs family down the road. And old Mrs. Hargis who brings me pie every Sunday. She's convinced herself I'm gonna starve to death. He took a sip of bourbon. It's not lonely like you think. It's quiet. That's different. The wind picked up, moving through the trees with a sound like breath. From somewhere in the hollow, that rhythm continued, pacing and circling. That storm's coming in, I said. Tomorrow afternoon, probably. We'll want to get out early. For the hunt, right? Yeah, for the hunt. Daniel stood, stretched, and gathered the blankets. Get some sleep. I'll wake you up at 5. I stayed on the porch for a while after he went inside. I was listening, watching the tree line, but nothing else moved. I could still hear it down there in the dark, though. When I finally went to bed, I locked my door. Habit, probably. Or not. Dawn came. It was cold. Daniel made coffee and eggs. The two of us ate standing up in the kitchen, our breath fogging in the air because the heat had not kicked on yet. By 6, we were in the truck, heading for a piece of public land that Daniel liked, which was about 40 minutes into the mountains. There's a hollow back in there, he said, driving with one hand and drinking coffee with the other. Opens up into a kind of bowl. Deer bed down in it during the day. If we get set up before full light, we might get lucky. When's the last time you actually shot something? Define shot. To hit something with a bullet, on purpose. He grinned. It's been a minute. The road wound up through the mountains. The forest here was old, oaks and tulip poplars that had been growing since before the Civil War, trunks thick and branches bare against a gray sky. There were no houses or power lines, just road and trees and mountains going on forever. We parked at a pull-off near a creek and hiked in. The ground was frozen hard, our boots crunching through the frost on the dead leaves. Daniel led the way, moving quieter than I remembered him being capable of. His rifle was slung over his shoulder, and I watched his breath come in small white puffs. The forest here felt different than it did up north. It felt older, somehow. The trees were massive, trunks you couldn't get your arms around, roots bulging up through the earth like big old veins under your skin. Everything was gray and brown and utterly still. Barely any color and absolutely no movement. About half a mile in, Daniel stopped, pointing at something on the ground. There was a print in the mud. At first I thought it was a deer track, but it was longer, and the rear portion dragged, like whatever made it had been walking on its heels. What made that? Daniel took a moment to observe. Don't know. Been seeing them around though. Started about a month ago. You didn't mention that in your texts? Well, I didn't want to scare you off, he grinned. Come on, we're almost there. The hollow was maybe a mile in. We came to the edge of it just as the sky started to lighten, finding positions behind a fallen oak that gave us a clear view of the bowl below. There was deer sign everywhere, tracks in the mud and droppings scattered through the brush and rubs on the smaller trees where bucks had scraped off their velvet. Daniel settled in, checking his rifle, and I did the same. Now we wait, he whispered. So we waited. The forest woke up around us. Birds first, crows calling in the distance and smaller things flitting through the branches. A squirrel crawled from a hole in a nearby tree and sat on a branch watching us with black, suspicious eyes. The light grew, filtering down through bare canopy. But no deer. An hour passed, then another. The cold crept into my bones despite the layers I was wearing. Daniel was patient though, more patient than I'd ever seen him, his eyes fixed on the hollow below. Somewhere in the distance, a woodpecker started up, the sound echoing through the trees like an intermittent, rapid heartbeat. Then it stopped. I didn't notice it at first. It was just one less sound in a forest full of sounds. But then I realized the crows went quiet too, followed by the other birds, and the squirrel had vanished back into its hole without me seeing it go. Something's off, I said finally. Daniel didn't look at me. What do you mean? Listen. He listened. I watched his face change as he heard what I'd been hearing for the past 20 minutes. Or rather, what I hadn't been hearing. The birds had stopped singing. Not gradually like they do when a predator moves through, but all at once, like a performance. The forest was absolutely still. It was just the two of us now, and the trees. That happens sometimes, Daniel said. But even he was quieter now. Does it? I asked. He didn't answer. He began to look at something in the hollow. I followed his gaze, and I saw it too. At the far end of the bowl, maybe 200 yards away, something was standing at the edge of the trees. I assumed it was a deer. The shape was right, and the size was too. But then it moved, and I realized I was wrong. It was walking on 2 legs. The shape was hunched, moving through the underbrush with a strange lurching gait. It was too far away to see clearly, just a dark bulk against darkened trees. But there was something wrong with it. The limbs seemed bent wrong, and the way it walked was not natural. It stopped. Even at that distance, I could tell it was looking at us. "Don't move," Daniel breathed. I didn't. Neither did he. We sat there behind our fallen oak, rifles in hand, watching the thing at the edge of the hollow watch us back. It stood there, then eventually turned and slipped into the trees. The forest swallowed it, and it was gone. We waited another 10 minutes before either of us spoke. "What in the hell was that?" I asked. Daniel was packing up his gear, his movements quick. "Time to go." "No, Daniel, what was that?" He looked at me, but his eyes were bright. He wasn't afraid, I realized. He was excited. "That's the weirdness. That's what I've been trying to tell you about." He shouldered his rifle and started back toward the truck. "Come on, the storm's coming in faster than I thought." I followed him. As we hiked back through the silent forest, I kept checking over my shoulder, listening for steps that weren't ours. I couldn't stop thinking about that thing. What was it? Why did it watch us? Twice I thought I saw movement in my peripheral vision. I think Daniel noticed something too. I could tell by the way he picked up his face. Neither of us mentioned it. We didn't have time to talk. We passed the strange tracks on the way back. There were more now, overlapping. Something had been pacing while we were in the hollow, circling. "Daniel, I see them. They weren't there before." "I know." We moved faster. By the time we got back to the truck, the first drops of rain were starting to fall. I looked back at the tree line as Daniel pulled out onto the road. For just a second, I thought I saw something standing there, half hidden in the shadows. Tall, still, watching. Then we were around the curve, and that part of the forest was gone. All I could see was the road ahead, the rain coming down, Daniel's hands tight on the steering wheel. The rain came in hard and sideways, driven by a wind that made the trees bend and groan like old men trying to stand up. By the time we got back to Daniel's place, visibility was down to maybe 50 feet, and the dirt road had turned to mud. The hollow below the house had disappeared entirely, blurred against curtains of water. "Gonna be like this all night," Daniel said, pulling into the garage. "Maybe tomorrow too, from the looks of it." We stripped off our wet gear in the mudroom and left it dripping on the tile. Daniel disappeared into the kitchen and came back with a couple of beers, handing me one. "So, you saw it," he said. "I saw something." "No, you saw it." He swigged his beer. "How do you feel?" I took a deep breath. "I feel like I want to know what the heck I was looking at, Daniel." He grinned. "Now you're getting it." We built a fire in the living room and settled in to wait out the storm. Daniel put on some old country music, like our father used to listen to. We talked and drank, watching rain lash against the windows. It felt almost normal, almost like the hunting trips we used to take with Dad, back before everything got complicated and we grew up. I found my attention going back to those windows, to the darkness beyond. I swear, under the sounds of the storm, I thought I heard footsteps. Around 8 o'clock, the power went out. Daniel had candles ready, which told me this wasn't uncommon. We lit them and kept drinking, the house filled with flickering shadows and the smell of beeswax. "Happens all the time," Daniel said. "Lines up here are crap. Power company takes forever to fix them, too." Great. "Relax, generator kicks in if we need it, but the fire's enough for now." The fire was enough, and so was the beer and conversation. I started to relax, letting the tension release from my body, until I heard the footsteps on the porch. Heavy steps, moving from one end to the other, then stopping right outside the front door. I could tell Daniel heard it. He went very rigid, his beer stopping halfway to his mouth. That's not wind, I said. No. We sat there listening. Soon the footsteps resumed, moving back the way they'd come. Then they stopped again. After that, there was a new sound. Fingernails dragging across wood. Has this happened before? Sometimes. Daniel set his beer down carefully. Not usually this close. The dragging sound stopped. For a long time, there was nothing but rain and wind and the crackling fire. Then, from somewhere outside, not the porch, but farther away, maybe near the hollow, was a strange call, a high-pitched wailing sound that rose and fell like a woman crying out. Except, no woman sounded like that. It sounded like something trying to imitate grief. The wail came again. It was closer. What is that? Daniel didn't answer. He was staring at the front door, like he expected it to burst open at any second. The excitement was gone from his face now. What I saw there instead was something I'd never seen on my brother before. Not in all the years I'd known him. Fear. The sounds continued for hours. Occasionally footsteps on the porch or circling the house, moving from window to window. Sometimes the wailing, rising and falling and never quite in the same place twice. Once there was a scratch at the back door that went on for 5 minutes straight. I couldn't help but wonder if whatever it was testing the wood, testing the door. Another time, something heavy pressed against one of the windows hard enough to make the glass creak and groan in the frame. And one time, just once, there was a voice. It came from the front porch, soft and muffled by the door. It was a woman's voice, calling someone's name, over and over, the way you would call for a lost child. The cadence to the voice was wrong. It had trouble pronouncing the vowels. Daniel's face went white as we listened. "Don't answer it," he said. "Whatever you do, don't talk to it." Luckily for him, I wasn't planning to. We kept the fire burning and the candles lit. Daniel got his rifle and I got mine, and we sat in the living room with our backs to the fireplace, watching the darkness shift and move beyond the windows. The old house groaned around us, settling and creaking, and every little sound made me flinch. "Has it ever been this bad?" I asked. "No, never like this." "What changed?" He shook his head. He had no idea, or he didn't want to say. Around midnight, the sounds stopped. We sat there waiting for something else to happen, but nothing did. "Maybe it left," I said. "Maybe." "We should check the doors, make sure everything's locked." Daniel agreed. We went through the house room by room, checking windows and doors, shining flashlights into corners. Everything was secure, everything was locked. The padlocked door to the basement was still padlocked, and the back door was still bolted. All the windows were still latched. We met back up in the living room. The fire had died down to a simple orange glow, and the candles were beginning to burn low. Daniel looked exhausted, dark circles under his eyes. "Get some sleep, man," I said. "I'll stay up. Keep an eye and ear out." "I'm not tired." "Bullcrap, you look like death. Go to bed. I'll wake you up if anything happens." He argued, but eventually I convinced him. I heard him climb the stairs and heard his bedroom door close, then the creak of bed springs as he finally laid down. After that, it was quiet. I sat in the living room with my rifle across my knees, watching the fire, or rather the coals. Outside, the rain had stopped entirely. Through the windows I could see the clouds breaking up, a few stars even appearing in the gaps. The storm was passing. At some point I must have dozed off. I didn't mean to. But the remaining warmth of the embers and the beer and the long day, all of it caught up to me. At some moment I jerked awake to a sound that did not belong in this house. I was on my feet before I was fully conscious, rifle up. The candles had all burned out and the fire was now just cold. I didn't know how long I'd been asleep. "Daniel?" No answer. The sound had come from the back of the house. The mudroom, I thought. Maybe the basement? I grabbed a flashlight and moved toward the sound, keeping my back to the wall, checking corners, like how my father had taught me when we used to hunt together. The house was quiet, except for my footsteps, my breathing, the creak of old floorboards. The mudroom was empty. Our wet gear was still where we'd left it, dripping on the tile. The back door remained bolted. But the door to the basement, the padlocked one under the stairs, stood wide open. The padlock, though, lay on the floor, still locked, like it had simply fallen through the hasp. The darkness in the stairwell was absolute. My flashlight beam died about 6 feet down, swallowed by blackness. I stood there for a while, just staring at that darkness. The smart thing to do was close the door and wake Daniel and get the heck out of the house. The smart thing to do was to not go down into a flooded basement in the middle of the night, with something moving around in the dark. But the thing was, I didn't hear the sound of the storm anymore, and I did not hear Daniel move or even breathe in his room upstairs. When I had called his name, only silence answered. So I first ran to check where Daniel was, and he was not in his room. I ran back to the opening of the basement door, and I stared again. I did not want to go down there, but now I felt like I had to. I went down the stairs. The basement was not flooded. Daniel had lied about that, or had been lied to, or something had changed. The floor at the bottom of the stairs was dry concrete, cracked and stained, but dry. The air smelled like dirt, and underneath that, like wet and sour fur. It reminded me all too much of the smell of that roadkill. My flashlight carved a path through the dark. The basement was a lot bigger than I thought it would be, stretching back under the whole house, divided into rooms by old stone walls. I moved through slowly, checking every corner, calling Daniel's name, careful not to be too loud. There was no answer. All I got was more of that smell, getting stronger the deeper I went. The last room was at the back of the basement, directly under the rear porch. The door was old wood and swollen. I had to put my shoulder into it to get it to open. Daniel was inside. He was curled up on the floor in the corner, his arms wrapped around his knees and his face hidden. He was shaking. I could see the tremors running through him even in the dim light. Around him, covering the walls and ceiling, were marks, scratches, gouges, layered over each other like the work of decades. "Daniel?" He didn't respond. I crossed to him and crouched. I put my hand on his shoulder. His skin was cold as ice, even through his shirt. When I turned him towards me, his eyes were open but unfocused. The lights were on. No one was home. "Daniel, it's your brother. We need to go. Come on." His mouth moved, but no sound came out. But behind me, The door swung shut. I spun around, holding up the rifle. The flashlight beam swept across the room but landed on nothing. Just a closed door and scratched walls. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered once, twice, and went out. The dark that came after was not normal. There was a weight or density to it. I swear to God, as I type this out now, I could feel that darkness touching my skin and filling my nose and mouth. It was hard to breathe. The smell was overwhelming now, that animal musk mixed with rot and decay. Something moved in the dark. Very, very close. I panicked. I fired the rifle. The muzzle flashed. The room lit for a deafening second, and in that second I saw it. A shape like a woman. Something that had once been a woman. The face was stretched and distorted. Rows of teeth that went on and on farther than they should have. Eyes yellow like a cat's. Its body was hunched. Its limbs were too long. It was covered in short, strange fur that seemed like a mix of human hair and cat hair. And that smell. God, that smell. That musk I'd caught on the roadkill, on the wind coming up from the hollow, magnified 100 times. The smell of something old and hungry. And that face was smiling. That was just a second of light. Then everything went back to complete darkness. Then, in an instant, something moved and hit me hard in the chest, enough to lift me off my feet. I must have hit my head hard, because I went out like a light. I woke up on the front porch sometime later. Dawn was breaking. I was lying on my back on the cold boards, my rifle beside me, and my chest aching like I'd been kicked by a racehorse. I lay there trying to remember how I even got there, trying to fit the pieces together while ignoring the massive pain in my body. But then I remembered Daniel. I shot straight up and nearly fell down again. My head was pounding and my vision swimming. Something was wrong with my ribs. There was like a grinding when I breathed. But I made it to my feet, and I made it through the front door. I went to the porch stairs, dreading going up them. "Daniel!" His bedroom door was open, and his bed was still empty, the sheets thrown back. I checked the bathroom, the guest room, every room on the second floor, but there was no sign of him. I went downstairs. The living room, the kitchen, the mudroom, nothing. The basement door, though, was closed now, and when I tried the handle, it wouldn't budge. It had been locked from the inside, which was something I didn't know it was capable of. I didn't know what to do. I ran back out to the porch, and that's when I saw him. He stood at the edge of the hollow, about 100 yards from the house. He was standing there looking down into the trees, shirtless, and even from this distance I saw the marks on his back, dark lines that looked like scratches. I called his name. He didn't turn. I ran to him, my ribs screaming with every step. The ground was wet from the rain, thick and slick with mud underneath. When I finally made it to him, I put my hand on his shoulder and turned him towards me. His eyes were different. There was something behind them now that hadn't been there before, and the man who looked up at me was a stranger. "Daniel, we need to get to a hospital." He shook his head. "You're hurt, man. Those marks on your back." "I'm fine." His voice was flat and colorless. He sounded like Daniel had been scooped out of his own body, leaving just a shell behind. "You are not fine. Come on, I'll take you to a doctor." He let me lead him back to the house. I put a shirt on him and guided him to my truck. He sat in the passenger seat with his hands in his lap and his eyes fixed on seemingly nothing. The whole drive to the hospital He spoke maybe 5 words total. At the hospital, they took him in and did x-rays and asked a bunch of questions I didn't have complete answers to. Was this an animal attack? An assault? I don't know. What would you tell them? I heard the nurses say something strange. That the wounds looked weeks old, not hours old, and they wondered if I'd been lying. Of course not. But what did that mean for Daniel? How were his wounds seemingly already healing? Could these nurses just be that incompetent, I wondered. A doctor came up to me, knowing that my answers had been incomplete, because he understood that I truly didn't know what happened to my brother. So he tried to answer for me. I'll be straight with you. This does look like an animal attack. This doctor was young, probably fresh out of residency. If I had to guess, maybe a bear or a mountain lion. Does it look like a bear or a mountain lion to you? I wasn't trying to be rude. I just really didn't know. But I think we both knew it didn't look like a bear or a cat. It looked like nothing that lived in those mountains, or nothing that should live out there. Daniel was discharged that afternoon with a prescription for antibiotics that he would never fill, and a referral to a psychiatrist that he never went to see. I drove him back to his house so he could pack a bag. He moved from room to room like a ghost, gathering clothes and toiletries, touching only what he had to. When he was done, he stood on the front porch and looked out at the hollow. "I'm not coming back here," he said. "I know. I don't blame you." He locked his eyes on mine. "I mean ever. I'm gonna sell this place. I'm going to move somewhere flat, somewhere with no trees." I didn't argue. I'd seen what was in that basement, and I'd seen what had been done to my brother. If he wanted to run, I understood. Running seemed like the only reasonable response. We drove to the airport in Charleston. He had enough points for a last-minute ticket to Dallas, where a college friend had a spare room. I waited with him at the gate, trying to think of something to say, something that would make any of this make sense. "That thing, what do you think it was?" Daniel glanced at me, and for a moment I saw my brother behind those changed eyes. The kid who used to build forts in the backyard, the teenager who taught me to drive stick, the man who had called me at 3 a.m. to tell me our father had died. "I've heard locals call it something. A woman who's been changed into a cat. Call me crazy, all you want. Think I'm insane. That's okay. But whatever it was, it wanted me to see something. And in the dark, I saw it. And now I can never unsee it." I wanted so badly to ask what he saw. Wouldn't you? But I didn't dare ask. Didn't let myself broach that subject. His flight was boarding. He picked up his bag, and we hugged real and deep. He then walked toward the gate, and I watched him go. That was the last time I saw my brother in person. That was about 3 years ago. Daniel has since sold that house like he said he would, to someone out of state, an investment group, I think. Not sure whatever happened to that property. After he moved to Dallas, his texting slowly came back more and more, and after a while, things began to feel normal again. But it's taken 3 years so far, and we're still not quite back to where we used to be. He tells me about his nightmares, about seeing the thing in the dark that she made him see. I've told him over and over again to go to a therapist, but he won't do it. Believe our story or don't. But I'm gonna do whatever it takes to to help my brother on the road to recovery. I think this might be the first Wampus Cat story I've ever read, and honestly, it's far more chilling than the name sounds. But what really sticks with me and creeps me out, even after the end of the story, was why didn't it kill Daniel? What was it she wanted him to see? Good night. Thank you all so much for tuning in to Unexplained Encounters. I've been your host, Darkness Prevails. You can follow me on X at Dark Prevails and find me narrating more scary stories on my other podcasts, like Tales from the Break Room or Alone in the Woods. I also do a fun talk show where I get to be more of myself over on the YouTube channel or Spotify/Apple Podcasts podcast, Night Watchers. If you have a scary story of the unexplained, send it to me at darkstories.org. I'd love to read it. Till next time, everyone, stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one. The Unsolved Murder of Louise Chaput. November in the White Mountains of New Hampshire is a study in contrasts. The fall foliage has faded, leaving skeletal trees against gray skies. The air carries a sharp bite, a warning that winter is coming. But for experienced hikers, this is a beautiful time to explore, with fewer crowds and peaceful trails. Louise Chaput loved the White Mountains. The 52-year-old psychologist from Sherbrooke, Quebec, had hiked the region many times before. She knew the trails, understood the risks, and never let fear keep her from doing what she loved. In November 2001, she was planning another hiking trip with friends, a group of women who shared her passion for the outdoors. But when those plans fell through after the recent events of September 11th, Louise made a decision that would ultimately cost her her life. She decided to go alone. On Thursday morning, November 15th, 2001, Louise packed her hiking gear into her silver Ford Focus station wagon. She said goodbye to her longtime boyfriend and her 2 daughters. Louise told them she would be gone for 3 days, hiking around Mount Washington and staying at the Joe Dodge Lodge at the Appalachian Mountain Club's Pinkham Notch Visitor Center. She would be back by Monday evening, November 19th. Louise's daughters would later remember their mother as an active, vibrant woman who lived by a simple philosophy. You have to earn your dinner. You have to do something. She was sociable, friendly, generous to a fault, and deeply passionate about the outdoors. Her friend, Denise Masson, recalled, "She thought the White Mountains were beautiful. She liked it there." Louise crossed from Canada into the United States at Norton, Vermont at 11:45 a.m. Security cameras and border records confirmed the exact time. About an hour later, she stopped for gas at a convenience store in Colebrook, New Hampshire. A credit card receipt found in her car would later place her at that exact location. Then she continued south toward Pinkham Notch. She arrived at approximately 3 p.m., just as daylight was beginning to fade. The Pinkham Notch Visitor Center sits in a dramatic location, nestled in the valley beneath Mount Washington, the highest peak in the northeastern United States at 6,288 feet. The area is renowned for its unpredictable and often deadly weather. But Louise wasn't planning to summit Mount Washington that afternoon. She had a reservation at the Joe Dodge Lodge for the night and planned to do her serious hiking over the next 2 days. Before checking in, Louise stopped at the visitor center and asked an Appalachian Mountain Club employee for a recommendation. She explained that she had been driving for many hours and wanted to do a short, easy hike before dark, just enough to stretch her legs and earn her dinner. The employee, noticing her French accent, suggested the Lost Pond Trail, which began just across the street from the lodge. It was a simple loop, perfect for someone who had been sitting in a car all day. Louise thanked him, walked out the door, and headed toward the trailhead. She was never seen alive again. The clerk at the Joe Dodge Lodge waited for Louise to check in that evening. She never arrived. Her reserved room sat empty. But solo hikers sometimes change their plans, and the staff had no reason to panic. Not yet. Louise's boyfriend and daughters expected her home by the evening of November 19th. When she didn't return and didn't call, they grew concerned. By November 20th, they were terrified. They contacted authorities and reported her missing. Her silver Ford Focus was found parked at a trailhead near the Pinkham Notch area. Inside the car, investigators found the credit card receipt from the Colebrook convenience store. But Louise and her hiking gear were nowhere to be found. For 3 days, search teams fought brutal conditions to look for Louise Chaput. Temperatures had dropped dangerously low, and deep snow made the search treacherous. Dozens of volunteers combed the trails around Mount Washington, desperately hoping to find her alive, perhaps injured or lost. The White Mountains are notoriously dangerous. Hikers have died from exposure, falls, and sudden weather changes. Everyone hoped this was a rescue mission, but it wasn't. On November 22, 2001, 3 days after Louise was reported missing, hikers made a horrific discovery along the Glen Boulder Trail, about 200 feet off the main path. They found Louise Chaput's body, partially concealed in the woods. She was wearing black fleece pants, a red nylon jacket, and white Reebok sneakers, casual clothing that confirmed she had only planned a short hike when she set out from the visitor center. She hadn't died from exposure or a fall. She hadn't succumbed to the elements or gotten lost in the wilderness. No, Louise Chaput had been murdered. The medical examiner's report revealed the brutal truth. Louise had been stabbed multiple times. The attack had occurred in the afternoon hours of November 15th, the same day she arrived at Pinkham Notch, possibly during or just after her short hike. Evidence at the scene indicated she had fought back against her attacker. There were signs of a struggle. Louise Chaput did not go quietly into the darkness. She fought for her life. But it had not been enough. The investigation that followed was plagued with difficulties from the very beginning. New Hampshire Senior Assistant Attorney General Jeffrey Strelson later explained to reporters, "The area where the murder occurred is out in the woods. Second, there was a significant time lag between the murder and the discovery of Louise's body. At least a week went by. Because of that, the killer or killers essentially had a week's head start on us, and that meant we lost some potential evidence." Louise had been hiking alone, hours from her home in a foreign country. She had no known enemies. No witnesses to the murder ever came forward. The trail she was on wasn't heavily trafficked, especially in mid-November. Whoever killed her had simply vanished into the wilderness. Several items belonging to Louise were never recovered. Her dark blue internal frame backpack with a Canadian flag on the outside, her green down sleeping bag, and the keys to her silver Ford Focus. Her car had been found at the Diratissima trailhead, not far from where her body was discovered. But the missing gear suggested one possible motive: robbery. However, the robbery theory was immediately problematic. The items stolen were of relatively little value and would not have fetched much money. More importantly, the killer never used Louise's credit or bank cards after the murder. The last transaction on record was at the Colebrook convenience store on the day she arrived. Her car was left untouched at the trailhead. If robbery was the motive, why not take the car? Why not use the credit cards? Investigators began to consider a more disturbing possibility. This was a random killing. Someone had encountered Louise on the trail, perhaps at Lost Pond or along one of the connecting paths, and attacked her without provocation or clear motive. According to Canadian crime podcast producer Boris Prue, who covered the case extensively years later, authorities told him they believed it was unlikely that Louise knew her attacker. But who was this person, and why did they kill her? The FBI joined the investigation. The New Hampshire State Police devoted significant resources to the case. They interviewed dozens of people who had been in the area around November 15, 2001. They chased down every lead, no matter how small. They searched for anyone who might have seen something unusual, heard something suspicious, or encountered someone acting strangely on the trails. They found nothing. Years passed. The case grew cold. But Louise's family and friends refused to let her be forgotten. Every year, especially around the anniversary of her murder, they would travel to Pinkham Notch. They would meet with law enforcement, hand out posters, and generate media coverage. Louise's two longtime friends, Denise Masson and Marie Pinault, who were married and lived in Ottawa, became tireless advocates for keeping the case active. Marie Pinault was instrumental in getting the Canadian crime podcast, Syntheses, to produce a 6-part series on Louise's murder. The podcast was very popular in Canada. Louise's daughter, Constance Chaput-Raby, who was only 10 years old when her mother was killed, has spoken publicly about the case multiple times over the years. In 2021, on the 20th anniversary of the murder, she said, "Obviously, we understand that there are other cases, and it's been 20 years. But still, new eyes on the case, maybe a new detective can see something that people didn't see before or didn't go through. Things can change. There's probably someone knowing something in the area, and as we know, almost every murderer talks about it to someone. It's such a horrible secret to carry." Constance also expressed difficulty talking to her own daughters about how their grandmother died. She said, "I think in English the term closure, which we don't have in French, is very appropriate. You never get your friend back, but at least you know what happened." In the years following the murder, investigators have periodically reached out to the hiking community, asking anyone who was in the White Mountains during that November 2001 weekend to come forward with any information. They've specifically asked hikers to watch for Louise's missing backpack with the Canadian flag insignia, her sleeping bag, and her other missing items. The case remains open with the New Hampshire Cold Case Unit. A reward is still being offered for information leading to an arrest. But, as of now, more than 20 years after Louise Chaput was stabbed to death on a beautiful trail beneath Mount Washington, no one has been arrested. No suspects have been publicly named. No one has been brought to justice. Louise Chaput was a self-employed psychologist who specialized in marital counseling. She helped people work through their problems, heal their relationships, and find happiness. She was a mother, a daughter, a friend. She loved the outdoors and had hiked the White Mountains dozens of times without incident. She was experienced, prepared, and careful. But none of that mattered on November 15th, 2001. Somewhere out there, a killer walks free. Someone who knows what happened on that trail. Someone who was the reason why Louise Chaput had to die. Someone who perhaps has told someone else about what they did. Because as Constance said, almost every murderer talks about it. The Appalachian Howler, from Samantha C. I grew up in a small hollow in the Appalachian Mountains. Our house was at the end of a dirt road that always turned to mud when it rained, with dense forest right behind it. My mother left when I was only 4 years old. I barely remember her, and I never knew my dad. His name wasn't even on the birth certificate. My grandparents didn't have much money either, but they are the ones that raised me. Grandpa worked in the coal mines until he got sick, then did whatever odd jobs he could find after that. Grandma grew vegetables in her garden and canned food for winter. We survived on Grandpa's disability checks and whatever animals he could hunt. One of my earliest memories is sitting on my grandpa's knee. We were by the wood stove, and he would tell stories. He had dozens of stories. Tales about the Cherokee who lived in these mountains before the white settlers came. Stories about feuds between families that stretched back generations. Legends about creatures that lived deep in the hollers, where people rarely went, and for good reason. His favorite of all these stories was the story of the Appalachian Howler. "The Howler," he'd say. His voice would drop low every time he said it. "Is older than these mountains. Been here since before people, and it'll be here long after we're gone." Then he would describe it. Something between a bear and a wolf, he said, but larger than either. with a scream that could freeze your blood cold. According to Grandpa, the howler only came out on nights when the moon was new and the sky was at its darkest. "You'll know by its call," he'd say. "Not like any natural thing you've ever heard. If you're ever outside at night and you hear the howler, you listen close. As long as it's howling, you're safe. But when the howling stops..." Here he would always pause, making sure my eyes were wide. "If the howling stops, it means it's found you." As a kid, I loved that story. Sent shivers down my spine in the best way, like a good ghost story around a campfire. But there was something odd about the way Grandpa told it. Something in his eyes that didn't always match the playful tone in his voice. And I noticed early on that both my grandparents acted differently when the moon was gone from the sky. They were careful people by nature. Had to be, living so far out with no close neighbors, and suddenly having a little girl to look after. But on new moon nights, I swear, they were downright skittish. Grandma would check the locks 2 or 3 times. Grandpa would bring in extra firewood, more than we'd need for the night. And they were strict about me being inside before sunset on those nights. Not just inside though, but doors locked, curtains drawn. "No sense taking chances," Grandma would say if I complained. That was always her answer when I asked why. No sense taking chances. I was 8 years old the first time I heard the howler myself. It was late October, just before Halloween. Perfect. The nights were getting longer and there was a bite in the air that meant winter wasn't far behind. I'd been in bed for about an hour, not quite asleep yet, just watching the shadows from my nightlight dance across the ceiling. At first, I thought it was the wind. We got pretty fierce winds in the fall sometimes, the kind that found every crack in our old house and moaned through them like a ghost. But this started low, almost too quiet to hear, then built up until it seemed to fill up the whole night. It wasn't like a wolf or coyote howl, so if that's what you're imagining, get it right out of your head. Those sounds I knew from living in the mountains. But this was very, very different. It was rough and hoarse, like something with damaged vocal cords trying to make noise. The sound went up and down in a pattern that almost seemed like words that I couldn't understand. The sound sent goosebumps racing across my skin, and I was up and out of that bed before I even realized I'd moved, running for my grandparents' room. I found them both already awake. Grandma was sitting on the edge of her bed, pulling on her robe. Grandpa was at the window, peering out through a crack in the curtains. "Hush," Grandma said, the moment I came around the corner, before I had a chance to open my mouth. She held out her arms and I ran into them, burying my face against her shoulder. "Is that?" I started to ask. "Don't you worry about it," she said, smoothing my hair. "Everything's gonna be fine." But I could feel how tense she was, and when I looked up at Grandpa, I saw something I'd never seen on his face before. He was scared. He stepped away from the window and knelt down in front of me, putting his hands on my shoulders. "I'm gonna go sit in the living room for a spell," he said. "You stay here with Grandma, you hear?" I nodded, and he kissed the top of my head before leaving the room. A minute later, he was back with his shotgun, the old double barrel that normally hung over the fireplace, something I thought was more of a decoration than a weapon most days. It wasn't the gun he hunted with. Grandma kept me in their bedroom, and we spent the night in there. She read stories and we played Yahtzee, while the howling went on outside. Bless her heart, she tried her best to act normal for me, tried to pretend we were just having a fun night. But she kept glancing at the window, and she jumped every time the howling got particularly loud. I remember thinking that it didn't sound like it was coming from any one place. Sometimes it sounded close, right outside the walls even. Other times it sounded distant, far up on the ridge. But it never fully stopped, not until the sky began to lighten up with the first hint of dawn. The next morning, Grandpa was asleep in his armchair, shotgun across his lap. Grandma made pancakes for breakfast like it was a special occasion, and neither of them mentioned the sounds from the night before. When I tried to bring it up, Grandma just said, "Dear, some things we don't need to talk about in the light of day." After that, I always paid attention to the phases of the moon, always knew when the new moon was coming, and I always made sure I was inside before dark on those nights. Fast forward several years. I was 13 years old, awkwardly between child and teenager. Grandpa had passed away 2 years earlier. A stroke took him. Sorry if I get this wrong, but I think some sort of insurance claim or life insurance thing from the old mining job gave Grandma just enough money to pay off the house. And from there on, she was getting Social Security and using what little savings she had to live on. Since Grandpa's passing, we didn't hear the howler. Hadn't even talked about it. Part of me was starting to think it was just a story after all, something to keep me from wandering too far into the woods at night. The rational part of my brain said those howls had probably been some animal. A mountain lion, maybe. Could have been a bear. And Grandpa's stories had just made them seem more mysterious than they were. It was spring break, mid-April. My friend Tammy was staying over for the weekend. Tammy lived in town, in one of those cookie-cutter houses with neighbors close enough to borrow sugar without leaving your yard. She loved coming out to our place, said it felt like a real adventure. We'd spent the day exploring the woods behind our house. We were deep in conversation about Dylan, a guy in class who we both had a massive crush on. Tammy was convinced he liked me. I was sure he was into her, though, and we went back and forth, debating about stuff like that for hours. It wasn't until I noticed the light changing, the shadows getting longer, that I realized how late it had gotten. We should head back," I said, standing up and brushing dirt off my jeans. Tammy looked up, squinting at the sky visible through the tree canopy. "It's not that late. Sun's still up," she said. "Yeah, but it'll be dark by the time we get home, if we don't go now." She rolled her eyes but got up anyway, and we started back along the creek. We walked slowly, still caught up in our conversation about Dylan, and whether his new haircut made him look more like Leonardo DiCaprio or not. We were maybe halfway back to the house by then, when I heard a sound that I hadn't heard in about 5 years, a sound I recognized instantly. Low and gravelly at first, then rising into something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I stopped right in my tracks. My pulse raced. What's wrong?" Tammy asked. The howling came again. I remember the way she cocked her head around, listening to it. "What is that? Sounds like a big cat." "Tammy, we need to run," I said, and I grabbed her by the arm. "Like right now, we need to get back to the house." Tammy laughed and shook my hand away. "Are you serious? It's just some animal. Probably a cougar in heat." "That's not a cougar," I explained. But even as the words left my mouth, I started to feel a flicker of doubt. Maybe it was just a mountain lion. Maybe Grandpa's stories and my own childhood fears had turned a normal animal sound into something supernatural. The howling came once more. It was getting closer, and Tammy raised an eyebrow. "See? Just some horny cat," she said. And the way she said that, so confident, so dismissive, it made me feel stupid for being scared. "Yeah, maybe," I said, relaxing a little. "But still, we should get back. Grandma will be wondering where we are." We started to walk again, faster than before, but still not running. Part of me was still listening to the sound, trying to compare it to the memory I had. Was it really the same? Or had I just built it up in my mind over years? We were nearing the edge of the woods, maybe a quarter mile from home, when the howling stopped. I felt that silence like it was actual weight on my back. At the same time, the woods got quiet. Just complete silence where there should have been noise. "Tammy?" I said quietly. We need to run. Now. She must have heard something in my voice, because this time she wasn't arguing. We started to jog along the path, the fading light making it harder to see where we were putting our feet. We'd gone about 50 yards when something landed on the ground behind us, with a thud heavy enough to vibrate my bones. We froze, then slowly turned around. The path behind us was dark. The trees overhead blotted out what little light was left in the sky. But I could hear something breathing, deep and heavy breathing. "Run," I whispered, and this time Tammy didn't need any convincing. We tore down that path. I could hear something behind us moving faster than any person could run, and I knew we were in trouble. In moments we burst out of the tree line, and I could see my house in the distance, a warm yellow light glowing in the kitchen window. As we broke from the cover of the trees, a sound like a gunshot split the air. A bit of bark burst from a tree not 3 feet from where we stood. I screamed, thinking for a wild second that whatever was chasing us had some kind of weapon. But then I saw Grandma standing in the yard. She was holding and pointing Grandpa's shotgun. "Run!" she was screaming. "To the house! Now!" We ran like our lives depended on it, because in that moment I truly believed they did. We made it to the porch and Grandma was there, grabbing us and shoving us through the door. Then she slammed it behind us and threw the deadbolt. "What were you thinking?" she demanded. I can remember how pale her face was. Her hands were shaking as she leaned the shotgun against the wall. "Being out this late tonight of all nights." I'm sorry, I gasped. I was trying to catch my breath. "We lost track of time. I didn't realize it was a new moon." Grandma closed her eyes for a moment, took a deep breath. When she opened them again, she looked calmer. "You're safe now. That's what matters." Tammy was looking between us, confused and still scared. "What's going on? What was that?" Grandma looked at her for a long moment, then sighed. "Come with me. Let's go sit somewhere more comfortable. I'll make some hot chocolate and we can talk." We ended up in Grandma's bedroom, just like that night years ago. Soon she brought in hot chocolate and cookies, and we were sitting on her bed while she took the rocking chair. "What your grandpa used to tell you about the howler," she said, looking at me. "It wasn't a story." "I know," I said quietly. "What howler?" Tammy asked. So I told her the story from memory, the way Grandpa had told it to me all those years ago, about how it only came out on the darkest nights, how its howl was a warning, and how silence meant danger. "That's what was out there?" Tammy asked when I finished. "That's what was chasing us?" Grandma nodded. "I've lived in these mountains my whole life and I've only seen it twice. Once when I was about your age, and again tonight." "You saw it tonight?" I asked. "Just a glimpse," she said. "When you girls came out of the trees, I saw something right behind you. It was big, covered in hair, moving in a way that no natural critter moves." She shook her head, explaining that she'd fired a shot at it, but missed, and how she was so panicked and worried for a split moment that she may have shot us, but luckily hadn't. But it did seem to scare the thing off. Within the hour, the howling had started up again, distant at first, then moving around the perimeter of our property, like it was pacing. We stayed up late into the night, playing Yahtzee, of course, and talking, trying to pretend we weren't listening to the sound. The next morning, Tammy's parents came to pick her up as planned. I was afraid she wouldn't want to come back after that, but as she was leaving, she leaned in and whispered, "That was the most exciting sleepover ever. Wait till I tell everyone at school." "Don't, they'll think we're crazy," I told her. She grinned. "It'll be our secret then. Besides, I definitely want to come back. Maybe not on a new moon, but I'll come back." After that night, Grandma established a new rule. No going outside after 4 p.m. on new moon days. No exceptions. I didn't question it. Even now, I find myself checking the moon phase before I make plans. Old habits die hard, I guess, but better than dying in the woods, you know? I got a job in the city after high school, and never found my way home for more than short visits. Whenever I do go back, I drive up that winding road to the house where I grew up, and I keep a good eye on the trees, whether it's day or night. The Appalachian Trail Killer. The Curse of Dismal Creek. They called it the Wapiti Shelter, a simple 3-sided structure along Dismal Creek in the mountains of Giles County, Virginia. For thru hikers on the Appalachian Trail, it was supposed to be a refuge, a place to rest weary legs. But in the spring of 1981, this shelter became the scene of the first double homicide in the Appalachian Trail's history. And even more disturbing, it would not be the last time blood was spilled at this exact location. Robert Mountford Jr. and Laura Susan Ramsey were both 27-year-old social workers from Maine with their whole lives ahead of them. Friends called Laura Susu, and those who knew them described the pair as kind, compassionate, and eager to make a difference in the world. They weren't just hiking for recreation or personal challenge. Robert and Laura were hiking the Appalachian Trail to raise money for a school for mentally challenged children in Maine, a school run by Robert's mother. On May 19, 1981, Robert and Laura arrived at the Wapiti Shelter after a long day of hiking. The evening air was cool, and the forest around them was alive with the sounds of spring. However, they weren't alone at the shelter that night. Another man was there, a local named Randall Lee Smith. Smith was 27 years old, the same age as his victims. He lived in nearby Parisburg, Virginia, a small mountain town of only a few thousand people. Those who knew him described Randall as a loner, a man who spent most of his time hunting and fishing in the woods. He had no friends in high school, no girlfriend, and no real connections to speak of. He was known for telling outlandish lies, stories so transparent that no one believed them. His neighbors had given him a cruel but fitting nickname, Lying Randall, sometimes shortened to just LR. Earlier that day, Robert and Laura had stopped at a grocery store near the trail, and that's where they first encountered Smith. He struck up a conversation with them, and later that evening, he appeared at the Wapiti Shelter, where they decided to camp for the night. What happened next would haunt the Appalachian Trail community for decades. According to evidence gathered by investigators, Smith shared a meal with Robert and Laura that evening. They likely had no reason to suspect danger. The culture of the trail is built on camaraderie and trust. Hikers often share food and stories and shelter space with strangers. But as soon as the meal ended, Smith revealed his true intentions. He attacked both of them brutally. Robert Mountford Jr. was shot in the head with a .22 caliber pistol while he slept. Laura Ramsey fought for her life. She was struck in the head with a piece of iron, then stabbed repeatedly with a knife and a long nail. Forensic evidence would later show she had defensive wounds on her hands, proof she had fought back desperately against her attacker. Investigators believed she may have been sexually assaulted before her murder, though Smith never admitted to this. After killing both of them, Smith dragged their bodies away from the shelter and placed them inside their sleeping bags. He then buried them in shallow graves covered with leaves and debris, hoping to conceal his crimes. Then he began methodically covering his tracks. He traveled to multiple shelters along the trail, removing pages from the logbooks where Robert and Laura had signed their names. He stole items from their belongings and took them back to his home. But Randall Lee Smith wasn't as clever as he thought. When Robert and Laura were reported missing, witnesses came forward. Other hikers had seen Smith with the couple shortly before they disappeared. Some recalled him telling them that he knew what had happened to the missing hikers, a chilling statement that immediately drew suspicion. When a cadaver dog finally located the bodies nearly 2 weeks after the murders, investigators found a critical piece of evidence: a bloody fingerprint inside of one of Laura's paperback novels. And that fingerprint belonged to Randall Lee Smith. A search of Smith's home turned up even more damning evidence: blood-soaked blue jeans belonging to the victims, items stolen from their packs, and a bizarre handwritten note claiming that Smith had been abducted by 2 people who were going to kill him, an obvious attempt to create an alibi. Smith fled to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, where he abandoned his truck with another strange note stuffed in the ashtray. The note read, "This boy and girl had been so nice to me. It's going to be a real shame when the time comes to get rid of them." Police tracked him down and tricked him into revealing his identity by telling him the bug bites on his arms were serious and required medical attention. When he signed the medical forms, they had him. Back in Virginia, Smith initially claimed amnesia, insisting he didn't know who he was or why he was in South Carolina. But he soon stopped talking altogether, refusing to discuss the murders. Despite the mountain of evidence against him, prosecutors were worried. They could not establish a clear motive, and they feared the case might not guarantee a conviction. After consulting with the victims' families, they offered Smith a plea bargain. On the day before his trial was set to begin, Randall Lee Smith pleaded guilty to 2 counts of second-degree murder. He was sentenced to 30 years in prison, 2 concurrent 15-year terms. The sentencing sparked outrage. Members of the hiking community protested outside the courthouse. Law enforcement officials were furious. A spokesman for the Appalachian Trail Conservancy, then called the Appalachian Trail Conference, stated that Smith was the first person convicted of murdering a hiker who has had or will have an opportunity to leave prison. The local district attorney election was directly affected by the controversy. But the most disturbing part of the story was yet to come. In 1996, after serving just 15 years of his 30-year sentence, Randall Lee Smith was released on mandatory parole for good behavior. He returned to Pearisburg and moved back in with his mother, Loretta Smith, into the same small run-down house where he had grown up. Loretta told reporters she was excited to have her son home. She had visited him only once during his entire 15 years in prison. Smith's return to the community was met with a mixture of fear and denial. Some neighbors later admitted they believed he would eventually commit another violent crime. But most people simply tried to ignore his presence. He remained a loner, wandering the woods and the trail he had once stained with blood. His nickname, Lying Randall, followed him, and people sometimes called him that to his face. For 12 years, Smith lived quietly in Pearisburg. Quietly, but not innocently. In early May 2008, neighbors noticed they had not seen Randall Lee Smith for several days. His utilities had been shut off for non-payment, and people began to worry, or rather were curious about, his welfare. Some assumed he'd simply gone off into the woods along the Appalachian Trail. It was something he did often, but when he didn't return, the neighbors organized search parties and hung missing person posters in town and along the trail. Randall Lee Smith wasn't missing, though. He was hunting. On May 6, 2008, 2 friends, Sean Farmer, a 33-year-old coal truck driver, and Scott Johnston, a 38-year-old ceramic tile layer, went on a fishing trip at Dismal Creek near the Appalachian Trail in Virginia. They were lifelong friends from Bluefield, Virginia, and they had fished this area many times before. They had no idea they were about to become the latest victims of the Appalachian Trail killer. That afternoon, while Scott Johnston was fishing alone, a gaunt, frail-looking man with a white beard approached him. The stranger was wearing expensive camouflage clothing and new hiking boots, despite appearing as though he'd been living in the woods. He introduced himself as Ricky Williams and asked if he could fish alongside Scott. The two spent hours fishing together, reportedly catching a lot of trout. That evening, the man who called himself Ricky Williams appeared at the campsite where Scott and Sean had set up camp. He was accompanied by a dog, claiming he had recently found the animal. Sean and Scott, being friendly and generous as hikers often are, invited the stranger to join them for dinner. They shared their food and conversation as darkness fell over the woods. The stranger hung around long after dinner ended, even though he claimed his own camp was over an hour away. At 8:30 p.m., he finally announced he was leaving. Sean and Scott relaxed, probably relieved to have their campsite to themselves again. Then, without warning or provocation, Randall Lee Smith pulled out a .22 caliber revolver and began shooting. He shot Sean Farmer twice. He shot Scott Johnston twice. The attack was sudden, brutal, and without mercy, just like the murders he had committed 27 years earlier in almost the exact same location. This was Dismal Creek. This was near the Wapiti shelter. History was repeating itself, and Smith had returned to the scene of his original crimes. But this time, something went wrong, at least for Smith. Despite their serious injuries, both Sean and Scott survived. In a remarkable display of sheer will, the two wounded men managed to escape. They climbed into Smith's truck and drove 40 miles to the nearest hospital. Sean had been shot in the head and shoulder, and Scott's injuries were also severe, but they both lived. Meanwhile, Smith fled the scene in Scott Johnston's Ford Ranger pickup truck. He was spotted by a Virginia state trooper, which led to a high-speed chase through the mountain roads. Smith crashed and overturned the truck during the pursuit. He was pulled from the wreckage and arrested at the scene, charged with 2 counts of attempted murder. While being treated for injuries sustained in the crash, Smith was transferred to the medical wing of the New River Regional Jail. In a strange twist of fate, the assistant superintendent of that jail had once been a member of the investigative team that discovered Robert Mountford's and Laura Ramsey's bodies in 1981. He had also been the first officer to respond when Smith was arrested in Myrtle Beach. Now, nearly 3 decades later, he was overseeing Smith's detention for nearly identical crimes. Smith tried to claim he had shot Farmer and Johnston in self-defense, but no one believed him. On the evening of May 10, 2008, just 4 days after the shooting, Randall Lee Smith was found unconscious in his cell. Despite attempts to revive him, he died at the age of 54. An autopsy ruled the cause of death as a blood clot related to his injuries from the truck crash. The Appalachian Trail killer was finally dead, but questions remained. Some investigators believe Smith may have killed others during the 12 years between his release from prison and his 2008 attack. When police searched the area where he had been hiding before the shooting, they found a disturbing cache of items: his GED certificate obtained in prison, his birth certificate, a police scanner, law enforcement radio codes, and a plastic topographical map with multiple locations marked in pencil. Most unsettling of all was a cassette tape that police described as containing some kind of satanic ritual. They also never found the murder weapon from 1981. The .22 revolver Smith used in 2008 was traced to a sale that occurred in June 1981, just weeks after Robert and Laura were killed. Records showed it was common for gun dealers at the time to wait months before filing official paperwork. It's entirely possible that Smith purchased that same gun in April or May 1981 and used it to murder Robert Mountford Jr. But because the original evidence was long gone, this could never be proven. Why did Randall Lee Smith kill? What drove him to commit such horrific violence not once but twice at nearly the same location on the Appalachian Trail? Various theories have emerged over the decades. Some believe Smith became romantically obsessed with Laura Ramsey after she was friendly to him at the grocery store, and he killed her and Robert in a jealous rage. A 1985 book about the murders suggested Smith was delusional and living out violent fantasies due to a troubled childhood. Another theory proposed that Robert and Laura, as social workers, recognized Smith's psychological issues and were trying to help him, but they provoked his anger instead. One chilling theory suggests Smith believed the Appalachian Trail belonged to him. He saw other hikers as interlopers, intruders on his territory, and he felt justified in killing them. Whatever his motivation, Randall Lee Smith left a permanent scar on the Appalachian Trail. The Wapiti Shelter, once a peaceful refuge for tired hikers, became synonymous with violence and death. To this day, hikers who pass through that section of the trail report an overwhelming sense of unease. The U.S. Forest Service closed the road leading to the Wapiti Shelter after the 1981 murders, turning what used to be a short walk into a 2-mile trek. But that didn't stop the killer from returning. Today, Sean Farmer and Scott Johnston are still alive, living testaments to both the randomness of evil and the strength of the human spirit. Despite their traumatic experience, both men have returned to Dismal Creek to fish. They refuse to let Randall Lee Smith's evil take away the place they love. One Ticked-Off Gnome, from Ted's Me Dodd. Growing up, bonfires were pretty much a staple of our family gatherings. My uncle, who I refer to as Lester for this story, was especially fond of them. He'd come over at least once a month when the weather was good, bring a cooler of Budweiser, and stack wood for a fire that would burn well into the night. The gatherings were usually just my parents, Uncle Lester, sometimes his on-again, off-again girlfriend Sherry, and a rotating cast of neighbors or coworkers my dad would invite. They'd sit in lawn chairs around the fire, drinking beer, and Uncle Lester would eventually pull out his beat-up acoustic guitar. He wasn't particularly good, but after everyone had a few beers, nobody seemed to mind. As a kid, I was rarely allowed to stay out there for the whole thing. Mom would let me hang around till about 9. I would roast marshmallows and listen to the grown-ups talk, but then it was bedtime. I'd argue every time, but it never worked. There was drinking and what my mom called adult conversation, which was basically just them cussing more freely and telling stories I probably shouldn't hear. There was one night that stuck in my memory. I must have been around 8. It was summer and I'd been sent to bed as usual, while the bonfire was still going strong. My bedroom window faced the backyard, so I could still hear them laughing and talking. I remember just lying awake and listening to them. Eventually the voices dwindled as people headed home or went to bed. But I could still hear my dad and Uncle Lester out there, their voices low as they kept drinking by the fire. I was almost asleep when I heard something different. Yelling, not angry but alarmed, and the sound of people running around the yard. I got up and looked out the window, but it was too dark to see much beyond the glow of the dying bonfire. I could hear them running across the yard, laughing but also a little scared, and then the back door slammed open and shut. There was some running inside the house, and the sound of the door being locked. After a moment of silence, I heard both Dad and Uncle Lester suddenly burst into laughter. That kind of uncontrollable laughter, where you can barely catch your breath. I rolled my eyes, thinking they were silly, and eventually went to sleep. This became one of those odd childhood memories that surfaces on occasion but eventually fades with time. Fast forward, I'm 35 now with my own family. We were having Uncle Lester over recently for dinner. It was movie night and the kids wanted to watch Sonic the Hedgehog. Lester was getting up there in age, but loved coming to see the kids. He was gray-haired now, but still had that same mischievous grin. He sprawled out on my couch with a beer in hand. About halfway through the movie, something triggered that old memory. Not sure what it was, but yeah. I said, "Hey, Uncle Lester, remember those bonfires you guys used to have at my parents' place?" He nodded his head and swigged his beer, saying those were good times. I said to him, "I remember this one night when I was a kid. I remember hearing you and Dad running into the house, like something was chasing you. I heard you laugh too, but you also sounded a bit creeped out." Lester's eyebrows shot up, then a slow smile spread across his face. "Holy crap, you remember that?" We looked at the kids, who were thankfully absorbed in the movie. Sorry. Wow, I can't believe you remember that night. I was wanting to know, what happened to you two? He laughed and shook his head. "Well, you won't believe it, but whatever." He took another drink, then went on. Your dad and I were the last ones out there drinking too many beers, telling work stories. Anyway, we were sitting there, fires burning low, and we're pretty well buzzed. Then, out of nowhere, and believe me or not, it's your choice, this little man comes running out of the woods. A little man? I laughed. Yep, not a kid, a man, but tiny, maybe 2.5 feet tall. He was wearing a pointed green hat and had a long nose. And his ears, he gestured with his hands. They had these big lobes, stretched out like those folks who use gauges in their ears or whatever. He came running straight at us, mad as heck, yelling in some language I couldn't understand. Sounded like he was cursing up a storm, though. You can tell when someone's cursing you out, no matter what language it is. You're pulling my leg, I told him. Swear to God, Lester said, even holding his hand up like he was taking an oath. Ask your dad next time you see him. That little fella chased us around the fire pit. We were scared crapless, but also laughing, because it was so dang weird. Finally, we made a break for the house and locked the door behind us. I asked him what he thought it was. Look, nobody around here is that small, not even the kids. And this wasn't no kid. Your dad and I discussed it well after. Thought maybe we imagined it, or mistook some sort of small animal for it. Even so, we both described the same thing. I wasn't sure what to say after that. It sounded like they got pretty drunk, and probably imagined it. But Uncle Lester thought it was real. Says he never saw anything like it before or since. We went out there the next morning to look around, hungover and everything. But there was nothing. No footprints, not a trace. The kids cheered at something on the TV, breaking the moment. Lester winked at me and turned back to the movie. Appalachia is the most mysterious region in the United States, and is easily one of the most unsettling places in the world. When you think about creepy woods, many Americans will conjure up an image similar to the Appalachian Mountains, and I'm here to tell you that their instincts are spot on. What I'm about to show you is the most disturbing Appalachian story I've ever read. This story is titled The Hanging Tree. It is from a user named Warm Cardigan. When I first read it, it gave me that feeling I got after watching The Grudge for the first time, that I wasn't alone, and that what was there with me was going to drag me away into the darkness. And after you hear this, you may feel that too, along with the sensation of profound loneliness. Some of the names of people and locations in this story have been changed to protect identities. This happened in the fall of 1998. I was 13, in 8th grade. I lived in a small town in eastern Kentucky called Harlan. The typical small town where everyone is acquainted, but also where the mountains are close and the hollers go back so deep that cell phones don't work even now, let alone back then. There were 4 of us that night. Myself, Tyler, Josh, and Kyle. Tyler was our planner, always had been. The kid who organized our D&D campaigns, who mapped out our bike routes and convinced his mom to let him have a BB gun by presenting a 3-page safety protocol he had typed up himself. His parents were the type who went to bed at 9 and trusted him completely, which made his house the obvious choice for what we were planning. Josh was the daredevil, stocky kid, played football, had already been suspended twice that year for fighting. But he wasn't mean. He really was just reckless, the kind of 13-year-old who would jump off the train trestle into the river on a dare, and would steal his dad's truck and drive it around the back pasture. Nothing scared Josh. That's what we used to think. Kyle was the quiet one, skinny and asthmatic. He had to carry an inhaler everywhere. His dad left when he was 8, and his mom worked double shifts at a diner in Middlesboro. Kyle spent most of his time reading. Things like horror novels, survival guides, and anything he could get his hands on at the library. He knew more about local legends than anyone else in town, could tell you which hollers were supposed to be haunted, which old houses had stories attached to them. When Tyler first brought up the idea of camping in Barlow Hollow, it was Kyle who filled in the details we needed to know. The legend went like this. Back in 1952, a man named Vernon Barlow took his twin daughters camping in the hollow that bore his family name. The girls were 12 years old, identical, named Sarah and Mary. They went out one Friday afternoon, and by Sunday, only Vernon came back. He was covered in scratches, half out of his mind, rambling about how the girls had wandered off in the night and that he could not find them. The sheriff organized search parties. They combed those woods for 2 weeks and never found a trace of those girls. Not their sleeping bags, not their clothes, nothing. They were just gone. The town turned on Vernon fast. People started to say he had done something to them, that he had killed his own daughters and made up a story to get away with it. The whispering got louder and meaner. Someone had painted murderer on his house. His wife left and moved back to Virginia. 3 months after the camping trip, Vernon oak tree deep in the hollow. Allegedly, he had left a note that said, "I didn't hurt them, and I'm sorry I could not find them." After that, people avoided Barlow Hollow. Stories started circulating. Hikers would report hearing children singing in the woods at night. One hunter swore he saw 2 girls in old-fashioned dresses standing on a ridge, watching him. A couple camping there in the 70s packed up and left in the middle of the night, refusing to talk about what they'd seen, but warning people not to go out there. By the time we were teenagers, most people dismissed it as a local legend. But Kyle had done some research. He claimed to have found newspaper articles from 1952 at the library. The girls were real, he said. The disappearance was real. Vernon's suicide was very, very real. "So what do you think happened?" I asked him one day at lunch. Kyle shrugged and picked at his sandwich. "I think someone or something in those woods took them, and whatever it was is still out there." Then Tyler got the idea. "We should go," he said, grinning. "Overnight camping trip, Halloween weekend. See if anything weird happens." Josh immediately agreed. Of course he did. The chance to prove he wasn't scared of some ghost story, well, he was in. I hesitated. I wasn't scared, but I wasn't exactly thrilled about spending a night in supposedly haunted woods either. Still, I didn't want to be the one who chickened out. "What about you?" asked Kyle. "You're the expert on this. Are you coming?" Kyle had this look on his face. Reminded me of the face I would make if I was stumped on a math problem. Eventually, he nodded. "Yeah, I'll come. But we need to do it right. Bring actual camping gear and not just sleeping in bags on the ground. And we need lots of batteries for the flashlights. We don't want to chance them going out. And no splitting up, no matter what." "Deal," Tyler said. 2 days later, Kyle brought us to the Harlan Public Library after school. The building was old, built sometime in the 50s, I think. Had a musty smell that all old libraries seem to have. Mrs. Kemper, the librarian, knew Kyle by name. The kid was there at least twice a week. "Research project," Kyle told her when she asked what we needed. She directed us to the microfilm room in the back, a cramped space with 2 machines that looked like they belonged in a museum. Kyle had already marked the dates he wanted, dates from the year 1952. The way he threaded the film through the machine was actually impressive. We crowded around the screen as he scrolled. There it was, on the screen, on the front page of a newspaper. It said, "Local girls missing after camping trip." Below it was a photo of 2 girls, identical just like the legend said, standing in front of a house. They wore matching dresses and had their dark hair in braids. They looked like any other 12-year-olds from that era. Normal and happy. Kyle scrolled down. We read the article in silence. Father returns from camping trip without daughters. Massive search underway. Sheriff requests volunteers. Keep going, Tyler said. Kyle scrolled through the next weeks. More articles. Search continues. No sign of missing girls. Father claims they vanished from tent. Some in town skeptical of father's account. Then another. Father of missing girls questioned. This article was more pointed. Vernon Barlow had been taken in for questioning. Several townsfolk had come forward with concerns. No charges were actually filed, but the implication was clear. A month later, another newspaper. Search for Barlow girls called off. The official word was that the girls had likely died of exposure, and their bodies would be found sometime in spring. But the article included quotes from town residents. Half believed Vernon had done something. The other half thought he was being railroaded. About a month and a half after that, there was a small article, bottom of page 3. Local man found dead. Vernon Barlow, 41, hanging from tree in Barlow Hollow. Death rolled suicide. Note found at scene. Kyle zoomed in on the last line. The note, according to sheriff's deputies, contained an apology but no confession. Jesus, Josh muttered. There's more, Kyle said. He pulled out a folder from his backpack. Inside were photocopies of more articles. These from the 60s, 70s, 80s. Stories about Barlow Hollow. A hunter in 1967 reported hearing children crying. A couple camping there in 1973 left their campsite in the middle of the night and refused to go back for their gear. A teenage boy in 1981 was found walking on the highway at around 3 a.m., 5 miles from the hollow, barefoot and not making any sense. He was saying he'd seen 2 girls in old-fashioned dresses standing in his campsite and that they'd been singing. Every few years, Kyle said, something happens out there, always around Halloween, always involving kids or teenagers. Nobody's died, as far as I can find, but people see things and they hear things. Then why haven't they closed it off? I asked. It's not official land, just old Barlow family property that nobody claimed after Vernon died. The county doesn't maintain it, doesn't patrol it, and most people just avoid it. Tyler leaned back in his chair. So what do you think really happened to those girls? Kyle closed the folder. I think something in those woods took them, like I said. Something is still out there, and I think it shows itself to people sometimes. Maybe it's looking for something. I don't know. Maybe... He stopped. Maybe what? Josh asked. Maybe it's looking for replacements. I felt a chill. You know, I said slowly, we don't have to go through with this. We could just forget about it. Tyler shook his head. Oh, come on. It's just stories, like a fairy tale. People getting spooked in the dark, their imagination goes wild, and they reach for the closest possible explanation for it. An explanation like a local legend. It could be that, Kyle agreed, but he didn't sound completely convinced. As we were leaving the library, Mrs. Kemper stopped us at the checkout desk. She had been reshelling old books nearby. Must have overheard some of our conversation. You boys planning to go out to Barlow Hollow? She asked. We exchanged glances, and Kyle nodded. Just curious about the history. Mrs. Kemper set down her stack of books. She was maybe 50 years old at the time and had worked at the library for as long as I could remember. My brother went out there in 1977 himself, when he was 17. He went with 3 friends. Thought they were going to have an adventure. In fact, it was sometime in the fall, too. She paused. Then,
They set up camp right where Vernon Barlow allegedly camped with his own daughters. My brother said they heard singing that night, children's voices. They tried to ignore it, but then things started to happen. From what I heard, the tent unzipped itself, and they saw shapes moving in the trees. One of them swore he saw 2 little girls watching them from the woods.
What happened? Josh asked.
They ran, left all their gear and ran. My brother wouldn't talk about it for weeks. When he finally did, he said something was wrong about those girls, like they hadn't been alive for a long time.
She looked at each of us in turn.
He made me promise never to go out there. Said there was something in those woods that wasn't right.
Did your brother ever go back? Kyle asked.
No, he joined the army right after high school. Then after that, he moved to Georgia. I did ask him about it once, years later. He said he still had nightmares about those girls, about what they might have done if his group hadn't run.
Mrs. Kemper picked up her books again.
I know you boys probably think it's just stories, that you're too smart to be scared by legends. But I'm telling you, you shouldn't go out there, especially not on Halloween. Whatever's in Barlow Hollow is not right. I trust my brother's word.
We thanked her and left. Outside in the afternoon light, none of us spoke for a while, until Tyler said, "She was just trying to scare us. It's what old people do."
I don't know about that, I said.
Kyle kept quiet the walk home. I noticed he kept his hand in his jacket pocket, where he'd put that folder of newspaper clippings, like he was holding on to proof of something he wished wasn't real.
"Well, we're gonna find out," Tyler said.
We spent the next couple of weeks planning. Tyler told his parents we were having a sleepover at his place to play video games all night, and they were fine with that. They would be heading to Lexington for the weekend to visit his grandmother anyway, so they'd be gone. His older sister, Melissa, would technically be in charge, but she was 19. She was mostly concerned with her boyfriend, so we knew she wouldn't check in on us. The plan was simple. Wait until Tyler's parents officially left around 3 p.m., gather our things, and hike into Barlow Hollow before dark. Then we'd set up camp and just hang out, see what happens. As I'm typing this, I can kind of feel the stupid feeling I get when I think back on this event. How absolutely foolish it was for some 13-year-old boys with no wilderness experience to go roughing it in the country at night, and hiding that fact from the family that could protect them or help them, all to chase some ghost story. If our parents had known about that, they would have killed us. But we felt like we were going to live forever. We were all teenage boys once, unless you're a girl reading or listening to this, but you know what I mean. It was October 30th, 1998, on a Friday afternoon. Tyler's parents pulled out of the driveway at about 3:07 p.m. We watched eagerly, or perhaps nervously, from his bedroom window until their Taurus disappeared around the bend. Melissa was already in the living room with her boyfriend Brad, some 19-year-old guy who was a dropout and worked at the local AutoZone. They barely glanced at us as we hauled our backpacks through the kitchen.
"We're gonna set up the tent in the backyard," Tyler called out to her.
"Whatever," Melissa said. She didn't even look away from the TV. "Don't be too loud." Perfect. I had my dad's old camping backpack with a sleeping bag, a flashlight, some granola bars that I'd taken from the pantry. Tyler brought a tent, a 4-person Coleman that had seen better days, but still, that was basically luxury for us kids out there. Josh brought a rope, a knife, and a baseball bat, because of course he did. Kyle had the most practical gear: a real camping stove, water bottles, a first aid kit, and a trail map of the area he'd gotten from the ranger station. The trailhead to Barlow Hollow was about 2 miles from Tyler's house, down some old road and up a dirt path
that most people had forgotten existed. We rode our bikes as far as we could, then hid them in the brush near the trail marker. By then, it was 4:30 p.m. when we started to hike. We had maybe 2 hours of good daylight left. The trail was narrow and overgrown. It wasn't maintained at all. The old road had long been reclaimed by forest. The undergrowth was thick, making it hard to see in any direction. "Are you sure we're going the right way?" Josh asked, about half an hour into our hike. Kyle checked his map. "Yeah. The hollow opens up about another mile ahead. There's a clearing near a creek. That's where Vernon took his daughters. That's where we should camp." Something about the way he said it made my skin feel weird. He didn't just say it's where Vernon camped. He said it was where Vernon took his daughters. Like Kyle was being specific for a reason. The temperature dropped as we got deeper. Not unusual for October in these mountains, but noticeable. I zipped up my jacket. We passed an old foundation, just crumbling stones covered in moss. Kyle stopped to look at it. "I'm pretty sure that's the Barlow family homestead," he said. "It burned down in 1965 and nobody rebuilt it." "Great," Josh muttered. "Haunted woods with abandoned houses. This is like every horror movie ever." "It's not a movie," Kyle said quietly. "It's real." We kept walking. The woods changed as we went deeper into the hollow. The trees were older here, with massive trunks that had to be 100 years old or more. The underbrush thinned out, replaced by a carpet of dead leaves that crunched under our feet. It was quiet. Too quiet. We heard only 3 things out there: our footsteps, our breathing, and the wind. Tyler stopped abruptly. "You guys hear that?" We became statues and listened. At first, I didn't hear a thing, but then I caught this distant sound. Almost like humming, or maybe singing, but so faint I couldn't be sure if it wasn't just the wind in the trees. "Gotta be the wind," I said, trying to sound confident for the sake of my friends. "Yeah," Josh agreed, but he'd gone quiet. Josh was never quiet. We found the clearing at about 6 p.m. It was exactly like Kyle had described, a flat area near a creek, sheltered by a ring of trees. There was even an old fire pit, just a circle of blackened stones. Someone had camped here before, maybe somewhat recently. "This is it," Kyle said. "This is where they camped." We got to work setting up. Tyler and I wrestled with the tent while Josh gathered firewood. Kyle got the camping stove working and started boiling water for instant ramen. By the time we had everything set up, the sun was below the ridgeline, and the hollow was filling with shadows. We ate dinner sitting around the fire pit. Josh had gotten a fire going using some newspaper and matches. The ramen was terrible, but we were hungry enough not to care. For a while, it almost felt normal. Just 4 friends camping out, telling dumb jokes, trying to one-up each other with gross-out stories from school. But as it got darker, the mood shifted. The woods around us were completely black then. Our fire created a small bubble of light, maybe 15 feet across, and beyond that, there was nothing. Just pure darkness. You don't get that kind of pitch black in town, where there's always streetlights or porch lights or the glow from someone's TV in the window. Out here, when you looked past the fire, you couldn't see a thing. Just blackness. "So," Josh said, poking at the fire with a stick, "what actually happened to those girls? I mean, what do you think?" Kyle looked up, his face somewhat lit by the fire. "Nobody knows for sure. The search parties never found any bodies, and no evidence of an attack or a struggle. Nothing." "What did Vernon say happened beyond just he lost them?" I asked. He told the sheriff they were sleeping in the tent. He woke up at around 2 a.m. and both girls were simply gone. He searched all night, calling out their names. By the time the sun came up, he couldn't even figure out which direction to go. The woods had confused him. "How do you get confused in woods like this?" Tyler asked. "They're not that big." "You'd be surprised," Kyle said. "People get disoriented in the forest all the time, especially at night. Your sense of direction breaks down, you think you're walking straight, but you're actually going in circles." "So maybe he killed them, and he made up the story," Josh said. Kyle shook his head. I don't think so. Vernon's wife said he was devastated, lost 30 pounds after they disappeared. He couldn't eat, he couldn't sleep, and the note he left before he hanged himself. People who fake that kind of thing don't usually admit failure. They either claim innocence outright or don't leave a note at all. But Vernon apologized for not finding his kids. To me, that sounds like a man who tried and failed. "Then who took them?" I asked. Kyle stared into the fire. "Probably someone that lives in these woods, or used to. Or something else." We sat there for a while after that. The fire crackled and the creek gurgled somewhere in the darkness. And behind all of it, underneath it, I kept thinking I heard that sound again. The humming or singing, whatever it was. "You guys hear that?" Tyler asked. So it wasn't just me. We all listened. This time it was clearer. A high-pitched sound, almost musical, like children's voices singing a song I almost recognized, but couldn't quite place. "Wind," Josh said. "That's not wind," Kyle said. The singing got a little louder, still distant but distinct now. Two voices harmonizing. Young voices. "Screw this," Josh said and stood up. "I'm calling it. This is too weird. Let's pack up and just go home." "It's pitch black out there," Tyler said. "We'd get lost trying to hike back." "But you just said people don't get lost in woods like this." I was wrong. Kyle's right. If you go out there freaked out, without proper direction, acting all scared, you're gonna get lost. "Then we'll wait till morning." "What are we trying to get away from?" Kyle asked. "From singing? Maybe it's just other campers." "Out here, on Halloween weekend?" Josh shook his head. "Nobody camps out here." We did," I pointed out. "And the fire pit didn't look too old. Looked like someone had camped out here at least within the same week." That's when the singing stopped. The silence that followed matched the darkness around us, so utterly complete that it felt unreal. "It has to be our imagination," Tyler said. "We psyched ourselves out with ghost stories. We mistook the wind blowing through something in a weird way, and it made a sound. That's it." Nobody responded. We sat there and fed the fire and looked at each other on occasion. But damn, the woods felt different then. "I need to go to the bathroom," Josh announced, standing up. He grabbed his flashlight. "Don't go too far," Kyle said. "Stay where we can see your light. It's just gonna be like 20 feet. Relax." We watched Josh's flashlight bob into the trees. He moved just beyond the edge of our firelight, and we could hear him unzipping his jeans and the sound of him going on leaves. But then his light went out. "Josh?" Tyler called. No reply. "Josh, that's not funny." The flashlight came back on, jerking wildly. We heard crashing through the undergrowth, and Josh came sprinting back into the clearing, his jeans barely zipped. His face was white. "What happened?" I asked. Josh bent over, hands on his knees. He was panting. "I saw..." He stopped. Then he shook his head. "Nothing. It was nothing." "Bull crap," Tyler said. "What was it?" I said nothing. Josh's voice was sharp. He wouldn't look at us. My flashlight just flickered for a second. It freaked me out, okay? I think the batteries are loose or something. But Josh was shaking. His hands were trembling. Kyle saw it too. Josh, tell us what you saw. Josh finally admitted it. Look, I'll say it, but don't call me crazy. And you asked. I thought I felt someone standing behind me, like breath on my neck. And when my light just flickered out, I turned around, and I swear, there was something right there. Right freaking there. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it. But then I heard... He stopped again. Heard what? Like breathing. Someone with a really bad cold, though. It was wet and rattly. That's when my light came back on, and there was just nothing there. But I felt like someone was watching me. The fire crackled. Somewhere in the distance, an owl called. We should go into the tent, I said. Maybe being inside somewhere will help. Out here, we're too exposed. We're just creeping each other out. Yeah, Tyler agreed quickly. Too quickly for him. We doused most of the fire, leaving just enough to keep it smoldering, and crawled into the tent. It was cramped with all four of us, sleeping bags overlapping. Tyler had brought a battery-powered lantern, which he hung from the tent's ceiling hook. The light was weak, but better than nothing. This is stupid, Josh muttered, zipping up his sleeping bag. We're letting some weird sounds freak us out. Better safe than sorry, Kyle said. He had his inhaler out and took a puff. His asthma always seemed to get worse whenever he was stressed out. I noticed Kyle hadn't taken off his shoes. We all had. Sleeping bags are warmer that way, and it's just more comfortable to not have shoes in your bag. But Kyle still had his boots on inside his sleeping bag. A small detail, by the way, something that just stuck with me, like he was ready to run. We lay there in our sleeping bags, not really sleeping, just listening. For a while, there was nothing. Normal forest sounds, sure, like the wind in the trees and the creek nearby, the occasional crack of a branch settling. I must have dozed off, because I jerked awake to Tyler grabbing my arm. Don't move, he whispered. Don't make a sound. My heart instantly lurched. What? Just don't move. I stayed frozen. Tyler was next to me, rigid in his sleeping bag. He was staring straight up at the tent ceiling, and his eyes were huge. I followed what he was looking at. There was nothing there, just the dim lantern light and the tent fabric. Tyler, what? She was just there, he whispered. Right there, inches from my face. I felt goosebumps on my skin. Who was? One of the girls, dead. She was hanging upside down from the tent ceiling, looking at me. Her face was right in front of mine, so close I could even smell her, like dirt and something rotten. You were dreaming. I wasn't dreaming. I was awake. I've been awake this whole time, man. I can't sleep. His voice shook. I opened my eyes and she was just there, hovering over me and smiling. Half her face was normal and the other half was rotted off. I could see bone, and her eyes, they didn't reflect light at all. They were just black holes. Josh stirred on the other side of the tent. What's going on? Nothing, Tyler said quickly. Go back to sleep. But Josh was sitting up now. So was Kyle, both looking at Tyler. What happened? Kyle asked. Tyler took a shaky breath. I think I saw one of the girls. Maybe I dreamed it after all. I don't know. What'd she do? Kyle inquired. Nothing. She just looked at me for a long time. Her head was tilted and her mouth was open wide. It looked like her jaw had been broken. She was making this wet clicking sound every time she breathed. I wanted to scream or move or something, but I couldn't. All I could do was lie there and let her look at me. He paused. But then Josh moved in his sleep, and when I blinked, she was gone. We all looked at each other in the dim lantern light. We'd all heard the singing earlier. We'd all felt that something was wrong in these woods. Do you know how long she was there? I asked. Tyler checked his watch. I don't know. It felt like forever, honestly. But maybe 20 minutes? Half an hour? He was starting to look sick. The worst part was her smile. She looked so happy, so excited. I was right, guys. We should have left. We should leave now, Josh said. Right now. I don't care how dark it is. And go where? Kyle asked. We're 2 miles from the trailhead and none of us know these woods at night. We're more likely to fall off a cliff or break an ankle than make it back safely. So we just sit here and wait? We stay together, Kyle said. We keep the lantern on, and at first light we pack up and leave when it's safe. That made sense to me, but that also meant hours of sitting in this tent, waiting, knowing something was out there. Let's do shifts, Tyler suggested. 2 awake, 2 asleep. That way, someone's always watching, and someone's always keeping an eye on the other person, in case they try to doze off. We agreed. Josh and I took the first shift while Tyler and Kyle tried to sleep. I checked my watch. It was 11:47 p.m., so we would switch at 1:30 a.m. The next hour and a half or so crawled by. Josh and I sat back to back in the center of that tent, watching in opposite directions. The lantern made our shadows look weird, stretched out and mutated. Every sound outside made us jump. I heard something small scurry through the leaves, and at another point, I heard a wet dragging sound, moving past the tent about 30 feet away. But it didn't come closer than that. Then 1:30 a.m. arrived. We woke up Tyler and Kyle. My turn to try to sleep. I honestly didn't think I could sleep. Not after being startled awake by Tyler's, visions, I guess. But exhaustion pulled me under. I had confused, fragmented dreams about running through the woods or looking for someone and someone calling my name. Sometime later, I woke up to Kyle shaking me. Get up, he whispered urgently. Tyler's gone. I basically jumped up. Kyle and Josh were both awake, and Tyler's sleeping bag was empty. The tent flap had been unzipped. What do you mean gone? The 2 of you were supposed to be awake. I don't know, he was there 5 minutes ago, Kyle said. I swear, I was watching the tent flap and Josh was watching the back. Neither of us saw him leave, but he's gone. Tyler! Josh called, not bothering to whisper anymore. Tyler! No response. We scrambled out of the tent. The fire had died down to just ashes. Our clearing was lit only by weak moonlight filtering through the trees. I grabbed a flashlight and looked over the area. Tyler! I shouted. Then we heard something. Something I'll never forget. It was this strangled, choking sound from somewhere in the woods, up the slope maybe 50 yards away. We ran toward the sound, panic flooding my veins. I could hear Kyle wheezing behind me, struggling to keep up. There! Josh yelled. My flashlight found him. There was Tyler, hanging from a tree. A vine had been wrapped around his neck like a noose, and his feet were dangling 2 feet off the ground. His face was turning purple, eyes bulging out of his head. His hands clawed desperately at the vine, but it was too tight. Tyler! I screamed. Josh got there first. He was tall enough that he could grab Tyler's legs and lift him, creating some slack in the vine. I fumbled with my knife and started to saw at the thing. It was thick and tough, but the blade was just sharp enough. Kyle joined me, both of us cutting frantically. The vine snapped. Tyler and Josh crashed to the ground in a heap. Tyler gasped, sucking in air. His hands went to his throat, feeling the deep groove the vine left on him. "You're okay," Josh said. "You're okay, man, just breathe." We knelt around him while he coughed and gasped. It took maybe 2 minutes before he could talk. "What happened?" I asked. "How did you get out here?" Tyler shook his head. His voice was raspy. "I don't know. I don't remember leaving the tent. I was just sitting there, keeping watch. I heard someone call my name from outside. It sounded like Josh, but he was next to me. Looked like he had dozed off, and Kyle was looking in the opposite direction. I was half asleep. I just went outside, and the moment I did, I wasn't in the clearing anymore. I was just in the middle of the woods, and I felt something around my neck. The vine was already wrapped around my throat. I tried to pull it off, but it tightened, and it lifted me up." He looked at us, his eyes wide with terror. "It lifted me up on its own. There was no one there, no one I could see. The vine just pulled me up like a rope over a pulley." "That's impossible," Josh said. "I know what I felt. That thing was alive or something." "You two were supposed to keep an eye on him, on us," I said. Josh looked angry and guilty at the same time, but didn't say anything. But Kyle did retort. "Look, we're all tired. It makes sense that we didn't see him slip out. There's nothing we can do now. It's over." I sighed. He was right. Even so, one of us was nearly killed. And by what? By who? You expect me to believe that one of my friends just sleepwalked outside in the middle of the woods, tied a perfect noose around his neck, and tried to hang himself? Kyle looked around nervously. "We need to go. Now. I don't care if it's dark anymore. We need to get out of here." "All right," I said. "Let's do it." We started back toward the clearing. Tyler leaned on Josh, one hand still on his throat. We moved slowly, flashlights scanning ahead. But immediately, something was terribly wrong. We had run uphill to find Tyler. I remember that so clearly. We should have been going downhill back to camp, but the ground stayed level. When we'd been running, it had taken about 2 minutes. But we walked for over 5 and still had not found the clearing. "Oh man, are we going the right way?" Josh asked. Kyle checked his compass, a gift from his grandfather. He stared at it, shook it, stared again. That's not right." "What?" The needle. It's bouncing all over the place. It won't settle on one direction." We all looked at it. Sure enough, the compass needle was bouncing from one side to the other, like it couldn't decide on true north. "Do compasses just break like that?" Tyler rasped. "It's not broken," Kyle said quietly. "It's like there's a big magnet nearby interfering with it." "Then which way do we go?" I asked. Nobody knew. We picked a direction and walked. After 10 minutes, we found ourselves in a small clearing. It looked familiar. It was our camp, our tent, our dead fire, our scattered gear. But the direction we had been going, that wasn't back to camp. How we got back here, I have no idea. "Nothing's making sense, guys," Josh said. "What if this," Kyle began. "What if this is what happened to Vernon Barlow? He said the woods confused him, made him walk in circles. Maybe the woods didn't want him to find his daughters." "The woods don't just take people, Kyle," Tyler said. I know that, but I'm sure you all agree it feels like someone or something doesn't want us to leave." A sound cut through the darkness. That singing again. But this time it was much closer, right on the edge of our clearing. Two voices harmonizing, singing something that might have been a lullaby once, but not anymore. In a matter of moments, we saw them. Two small figures standing at the tree line, small enough to be children. They were swaying slightly, like they were dancing to their own music. "Oh God," Josh whispered. Then the singing stopped. "Let's just get in the tent," I said. "I know we want to leave, we all want to go back home, but we're just gonna get lost out here. That much is obvious." The others nodded. I know we sounded wishy-washy, but you have to understand, by that point, we were too scared to do much of anything. We lay inside the tent, back in our sleeping bags, not sleeping. Nobody keeping watch. We just lay there, listening. My watch said 2:50 a.m. It would only be about 3 more hours until dawn. We just had to make it 3 more hours. Eventually, I did doze off, but I woke up suddenly once again with that disoriented feeling you get when you don't know what time it is or what woke you up. The lantern was still on, but dimmer now. The batteries were dying. I could see Tyler on my left, mouth open, snoring quietly. I was relieved to see him doing okay enough to sleep. Josh was on my right, facing away from me, but Kyle was sitting up. He was staring at the tent wall. "Kyle," I whispered. He didn't say anything, but he kept staring. I sat up, my sleeping bag rustling. "Kyle, you okay?" Slowly he turned to look at me, and when I saw his face, he looked sick, his eyes wide and skin glistening with sweat and pale. "Do you hear it?" he whispered. I listened. At first, there was nothing, but then I heard it. That wet, dragging sound I'd heard before. Closer now, like something being pulled through mud. It was moving around the outside of our tent, slowly. "What is that?" I breathed. Kyle held up a finger to his lips. I nodded. The dragging sound moved from the side of the tent to the front. Then it stopped. For a long moment, we heard nothing else, until breathing. Heavy, wet breathing, with a sort of rattling or clicking sound at the back of the throat. It was right outside the tent flap. Something pressed against the tent wall, making this indentation in the fabric. It looked like someone's hand, but emaciated, every single bit of fat and excess skin removed. Kyle grabbed my arm, gripping me tight. He held onto his inhaler in his other hand. Then we watched the tent zipper beginning to move. Not quickly. It was slow, one tooth at a time. Someone was unzipping our tent from the outside. I wanted to scream, to wake up Tyler and Josh, to run, but I couldn't move, and I could barely even breathe. I watched that zipper slide down, inch by inch, and then the tent flap opened. For a moment, there was nothing but darkness. But then, 2 small hands reached through the opening. The hands of a child. But the skin was mottled and gray and black, like something that had been in water for too long. The fingernails were cracked and broken, and a smell came through. Rot and earth, like a blender filled with blended up earthworms and dirt, but left for weeks. Kyle made a small sound in his throat. The hand spread the tent flap wider. That was when I saw her face. A little girl, maybe 12 years old. She might have been pretty once, but she wasn't anymore. Half her face was normal, smooth skin and dark eyes. The other half was decayed, skin pulling back to show bone underneath. Her hair was matted and full of leaves, and she was smiling. Behind her, I saw the other one. An identical face with almost identical rot, except that one's eyes had become black pits. Her head tilted sideways too far, vertebrae cracking. Her neck made a wet sliding sound, like flesh moving over exposed bone, and she kept smiling. Kyle's breathing was getting faster. He was slowly bringing the inhaler to his mouth, trying to use it, but he was shaking too hard. All at once, the first girl tried to crawl into the tent. I screamed. Tyler and Josh jumped awake. "What the hell?" Tyler started. Get out! Run! I screamed. I didn't go towards the tent opening. I scrambled backward, tripping over our things. Tyler saw the girl, and his eyes went huge. He froze up, and I heard him saying, "Holy crap, holy crap." We exploded out of that tent, ripping a hole through the back. Cold air hit my face, and I stumbled back into the clearing. Josh was right behind me. Tyler came out last, saying, "Where's Kyle?" I looked back at the tent. Kyle was still inside. The tent was shaking, thrashing like animals fighting in there. "Kyle!" Tyler screamed. The thrashing stopped. For a moment, nothing happened. But seconds later, Kyle came crawling out of the tent, breathing so hard, too hard, each breath a wheeze. "My inhaler," he gasped. "I can't find it." I looked at our tent, or what remained of it. It was now a flat pile of nylon and a mixed bundle of rods, but there were no shapes underneath anymore. The girls we had seen, the one that had crawled into the tent, they were gone. I swallowed hard and crawled under the fabric. I found the opening and began to dig around until I felt Kyle's inhaler. I came back out and handed it to him. "Here." "Thank you," he said, and he inhaled. "We need to go now," Josh demanded. "Which way do we go, Josh?" I asked. "We tried leaving once before. We tried coming back before. Nothing makes sense out here. No matter what we do, it's a gamble." It was still completely dark. I couldn't see the trail. There was no way we could tell what direction we'd come from to make it out of these woods. "The creek," Kyle wheezed. "Follow the creek downstream. It leads back to the road." That sounded like a good idea. So we ran. I don't remember much of the next few minutes. I was focused on not tripping under my own feet, trying to ignore my burning lungs, hoping that we weren't being followed, even though I was sure we were. That singing continued. Not constant, it was intermittent, but it was there, from one direction or another, reminding us that they were out there, those girls. At one point, Kyle told us not to listen to it, to just keep going. I honestly had no idea where we were going, no sense of direction, just away. We had to get away. Suddenly, "There!" Tyler pointed. Through the trees, there was a flashlight beam moving. "Help!" Josh screamed. The light changed direction, coming towards us now. A voice called out, "Who's out here?" Soon, a man stood before us holding a flashlight and a hunting rifle. He looked to be in his 60s, wearing a camouflage jacket. Behind him was a truck, parked on what looked like an old logging road. "Please," Tyler gasped. "Something's been chasing us, in the woods." The man lifted his flashlight and swept it over the trees. "Where?" We all turned to look. Nothing. Just dark forest. No movement, no wet dragging sounds, no girls, no singing. "There was something there," Josh said. "I swear to God something was following us." The man looked us over real good. 4 terrified teenagers covered in scratches, no camping gear except for what we were wearing. "You boys been camping out here? In Barlow Hollow?" We nodded. He sighed. "Damn fools, don't you know better than to camp here? Especially this time of year?" We didn't say anything, but the man didn't need an answer. He told us, "Just get in the truck. I'll drive you back to town." We did what he said. On the ride there, we discovered the man's name was Ray.
We told him instead of town, he could drop us off at Tyler's place. He regaled us with stories about hunting. Nothing scary. I think he read the room. By the time we made it back to Tyler's place, it was like 4:30 a.m. Surprisingly, the lights were on inside. Melissa and Brad were still up, waiting on the porch. When Melissa saw us, she said, "You guys look like crap. Where have you been?" I could tell Tyler was startled to see that his sister cared and had paid enough attention to notice he was gone. I fell in the creek. We got turned around, maybe got lost a little. Where's your camping stuff? It's still out in the woods. I'll go get it tomorrow. Don't tell Mom or Dad. Melissa rolled her eyes but didn't press us. We trudged upstairs to Tyler's room and collapsed on the floor. Way better than some sleeping bags in the woods. "Did that really just happen?" Tyler asked. "Did we eat some bad food?" And for the first time in several hours, I laughed. We had all passed out from fear and exhaustion, and the next thing we knew, light was streaming through the window. It was morning. I sat up slowly, every muscle in my body aching and screaming. Tyler was still asleep on his bed, snoring. Josh was curled up on the floor near the door. I looked around. My heart skipped a beat. "Where's Kyle?" I asked. Josh stirred awake, rubbing his eyes. "What? Kyle! Where is Kyle?" We searched the room, the hallway, the bathroom. Kyle wasn't here. "Just calm down, guys. He probably went home," Tyler said. But my gut twisted. That wrong feeling I felt the entire night before came back. So we decided to call Kyle's house. We used Tyler's landline. It rang 4 times, and then his mom picked up. "Hello?" she said. "Hi, this is Ryan. Is Kyle home?" She answered. "Kyle? Honey, Kyle's in bed. He's been asleep since last night. Is everything okay?" I didn't expect to hear that. My first assumption was that Kyle had lied to his parents about the sleepover for some reason and had snuck back before he got caught. But that wasn't like Kyle. Kyle was a goody two-shoes, so to speak. Betraying his mother or father's trust was not like him. And what reason would he have to lie about the sleepover? I mean, Tyler was the one risking the punishment. He's there at your house?" "Yes, he's been home all night. He had a really bad asthma attack yesterday evening, so I told him he couldn't go to Tyler's sleepover. He was pretty upset about missing it, but he needed to rest." I froze up for a second. She was certain he had been there all night, but that defied everything I knew. "Ryan, are you there?" "Yeah, sorry. Can I talk to him?" "Sorry, he's still sleeping. It was a rough night. Can you call back later or come over sometime?" Sure. Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye." I hung up. Tyler and Josh stared at me. "What'd she say?" "She says Kyle's been home all night. Said he had an asthma attack yesterday and couldn't come out." No. Someone's messing with us," Josh said. "He was with us all night. We all saw him and talked to him and hung out." "I know. Why would he lie about it?" Tyler asked. I shrugged my shoulders. Was he lying? Was his mom lying? What was going on? We all nearly jumped out of our skins when the phone rang. Tyler picked it up. Josh and I waited, listening to Tyler go, "Yeah, cool, okay, see ya," and then hung up after a few minutes. He looked at us wide-eyed. "That was Kyle," Tyler said. "Well, what'd he say?" "Well, he begged his mom to be able to call us back after he knew that we called. But he told me he'd been home all night." Josh rubbed his head. "Oh, come on. Someone's messing with us. It's gotta be Kyle." I looked at him. "Yeah, could be, but why? Kyle has never pranked us before. He's not really like that. We decided we would grill him on it come Monday. We would see each other again at school, and take the rest of the weekend to just relax. Try to forget what happened. Enough time to convince ourselves it was just a dream, or delirium caused by 4 friends pressuring each other into being scared. Or was it 3 friends? Come Monday at school, Kyle didn't show up. We went the whole school day, wondering what happened to Kyle. His asthma must have been pretty bad, maybe some sort of extended episode from the weekend. We'd have to get our answers later, we thought. That evening after school, I tried to call his house, but nobody would answer. I called Tyler and Josh separately, and both of them had been trying to get a hold of Kyle or his parents, but they got no response either. I learned the next evening that Kyle had died. Apparently, the night of the very day we called him, he just didn't wake up. Kyle passed away in his sleep, some sort of issue where he just stopped breathing. His parents were a wreck, and I couldn't blame them. Josh, Tyler, and I were never the same either. We weren't sure how to handle death in our lives, let alone the death of someone we loved and were so close to. We had just talked to him, really, and he sounded normal. He sounded healthy, but he was gone before we ever got to ask him about anything. The next time we saw Kyle again was in a casket. After that, the 3 of us made it a regular thing to go to his grave. We hung out, talking to him like he was still there, coping the way young teenagers would try to do. But what started as a weekly thing soon became monthly, then every other month, every other year, and life went on without Kyle. This story sounds crazy, and I can't tell you exactly what happened that night, but I will tell you that we never got answers. The 3 of us never figured out if Kyle had actually joined us, or if he hadn't. Was it the real Kyle out there? Or was it someone else? Or was Kyle lying in his last moments? If so, why would someone who had never done that to us before do that on his dying day? I just don't know. But this is my story, and I can't thank you enough for reading or listening to it. That's how the story ends. I'll leave it to you, as usual, to decide whether to believe or disbelieve. The forests of Appalachia overflow with mystery and even terror. Be careful where you tread. This story, while recording it, was one of the rare few where certain moments gave me chills, had me turning around in my computer chair to make sure I was still alone in my office. It's not often that a story comes my way quite like this one. Thank you for listening. This has been Unexplained Encounters. I'm Darkness Prevails. You can find this podcast on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Before I go, I want to announce something exciting. I've teamed up with Coffee Ride of Boulder, Colorado, to create our very own morning brew coffee. Over weeks, the crew and I tested multiple flavors and mixes until we nailed the right taste that I think you all will love. The order page isn't ready just yet, but it will be soon. You'll be able to find it at eeriecast.store. I'll announce that very soon, so stay tuned. Until then, stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one. The Death of Scott Lilly, Stonewall's Last Stand. In the world of long-distance hiking, it's common for people to adopt trail names, nicknames that reflect their personality, an inside joke, or something they're passionate about. These names become a hiker's identity on the trail. Fellow hikers often don't know each other by real names, only the personas they've created in the wilderness. When you're walking 2,000 miles with strangers who become family, these trail names matter. Scott Lilly chose the trail name Stonewall. He was a 30-year-old man from South Bend, Indiana, about 5'8", weighing around 150 pounds. Scott was a Civil War history enthusiast, passionate about the battles, the leaders, and the stories of that bloody conflict. His trail name was likely inspired by Thomas Stonewall Jackson, the legendary Confederate general. For Scott, hiking the Appalachian Trail was about more than just completing a physical challenge. It was a journey through history. He planned to visit Civil War battlefields along the way, walking the same ground where soldiers had fought and died more than a century earlier. Scott's sister, Allison Lilly, later described him to reporters. He was a 30-year-old man living out a dream by traveling the Appalachian Trail and visiting Civil War battlefields. He was just excited about it, and I told him that I loved him and to be careful, and he was trying to make us proud. Scott had been introduced to the Appalachian Trail by his childhood minister, Pastor Craig Clapper, an experienced hiker who had spent more than 20 years exploring the trail. Scott had decided to do a section hike rather than a full through hike. He would start in Maryland and hike south to Springer Mountain, Georgia, the trail's southern terminus, completing sections over time rather than all at once. On June 15, 2011, Scott Lilly set out on his adventure. He carried a heavy pack, noticeably heavy for a section hiker, according to other people on the trail. For 6 weeks, everything went according to plan. Scott hiked through Maryland and into Virginia, stopping at shelters along the way, signing the logbooks and meeting fellow hikers. He visited Civil War sites, absorbed the history, and documented his journey. He was living the dream he had told his sister about. The last time anyone saw or heard from Scott Lilly was around July 31st, 2011. He had climbed the Priest, a 4,063-foot mountain in Nelson County, Virginia, where the Appalachian Trail crosses its summit. It's a challenging climb, but Scott made it. He stayed at the Priest shelter, about 0.6 miles east of the AT along the old hotel trail. From there, he likely planned to continue north of the Cow Camp Gap shelter, another 16.8 miles away, about an average day's hike for someone in good condition. The Cow Camp Gap shelter is located slightly off the Appalachian Trail, down the old hotel trail. Many hikers use it as a stopping point before heading into the nearby trail town of Buena Vista, Virginia, for resupply. It's a popular area, well used by both section hikers and through hikers. Scott never made it to Buena Vista. He never checked in with his family after July 31st. But solo hikers sometimes lose track of time or go off-grid for a while, so no one immediately panicked. On Friday morning, August 12, 2011, 12 days after Scott was last seen alive, a group of weekend hikers set out on the old hotel trail in the Mount Pleasant Special Management Area. It was supposed to be a beautiful summer day in Virginia's Blue Ridge Mountains. Instead, they stumbled upon a nightmare. Just off the trail, heading toward Cow Camp Gap shelter, the hikers discovered a body. It was partially buried in a shallow grave, concealed with leaves and debris. The sight was immediately recognizable as something terrible. This wasn't someone who had died from natural causes, nor from an accident. This was a murder. The hikers immediately contacted authorities. Because the body was found on federal land, with the George Washington Jefferson National Forest, the FBI took control of the investigation. Agents from the FBI, the U.S. Forest Service, and the Virginia State Police, and the Amherst County Sheriff's Office all converged on the scene. 4 days later, on August 16, 2011, the body was positively identified as Scott Allen Lilly. The medical examiner's report, released in January 2012, revealed the cause of death: asphyxia by suffocation. Scott had been murdered, suffocated to death by an unknown assailant. Based on the state of decomposition, investigators determined that Scott had been dead for approximately 12 days before his body had been discovered. That placed his time of death around July 31st or August 1st, right around the time he was last seen at the Priest. But who killed him, and why? The FBI launched an extensive investigation, interviewing more than 83 people and collecting over 100 pieces of evidence. They traced Scott's movements through shelter logbooks and talked to every hiker who might have crossed paths with him in the days before his death. They found a few of his belongings, but many items were missing, like his trail shoes, brown and orange low-top Ozark Trail brand from Walmart, his blue or purple backpack, some clothing, his propane stove, an Appalachian Trail handbook, and even a Nintendo handheld game. The missing gear suggested robbery might be a motive, but that theory had problems. Most hikers don't carry valuable items. Everything they own has to fit in a backpack and be carried on their backs for hundreds of miles. The stolen items wouldn't have been worth much money to anyone. Additionally, whoever killed Scott would have had to carry their own heavy backpack plus Scott's gear, which would have been extremely difficult. A day hiker from a nearby town seemed like a more likely suspect than another through hiker. In September 2011, the FBI released a public statement asking to speak with 5 specific hikers who might have had contact with Scott Lilly around the time of his death. The agency released the hikers' trail names: Mr. Coffee, White Wolf, Papa Smurf, Combat Gizmo, and Space Cadet. The announcement ignited a firestorm on hiking message boards and forums. Hikers began to speculate wildly about the 5 names, particularly Papa Smurf. Multiple people using that trail name had been on the Appalachian Trail that summer, and one of them had a troubled history. He had been arrested before and removed from the trail for disturbing the peace and had been involved in fights in trail towns. Some hikers on the forums began naming this person specifically, suggesting he was a person of interest in Scott's murder. The FBI quickly clarified their statement. According to FBI spokesperson Dee Rybisky, none of the 5 hikers were suspects. There were never any suspects, she explained. There were 3 to 4 different Papa Smurfs out there. It was simply people that we kind of wanted to touch base with. The FBI was merely trying to construct a timeline of Scott's final days and needed to fill the gaps. All 5 hikers were eventually contacted and interviewed, but none were arrested or publicly named as suspects. So, if robbery wasn't the clear motive, and none of the hikers interviewed were suspects, what happened to Scott Lilly? One theory proposed by investigators was that Scott had been the victim of a random attack. Wrong place, wrong time. The Cow Camp Gap shelter area is relatively accessible by road. Someone from the surrounding towns could have hiked the short distance from Wiggins Spring Road, encountered Scott on the trail, and killed him for reasons that might never make sense to anyone else. Perhaps it was a dispute that escalated. Perhaps it was a mentally unstable person acting on impulse. Perhaps it was someone who simply wanted to know what it felt like to kill. Some people suggested hill people, or hillbillies, might have been responsible. A stereotype about Appalachian communities that investigators rejected. Cow Camp Gap is not an isolated location, it's a highly used recreational area, and the idea that backwoods locals were targeting hikers did not match the evidence or the reality of the region. Another disturbing theory was that Scott was targeted, specifically because he was hiking alone. Solo hikers are vulnerable. They have no one to watch their backs. No witnesses if something goes wrong. If Scott's killer was deliberately hunting solitary hikers on the trail, he could have been one victim among several. Some investigators privately believed that Scott's death might be connected to other unsolved cases in the area. In April 2012, hoping to generate new leads, the FBI announced a $10,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of Scott's killer. Special Agent Steve Duenas, the lead investigator, held a press conference and revealed additional details about the case, including confirmation that Scott's body had been buried. Duenas appealed to the hiking community, saying, "I have no reason to believe the trail is any more dangerous. Hikers just have to be aware and take all the normal precautions." But for Scott Lilly's family, those precautions came too late. His sister Allison made emotional pleas to the public, begging anyone with information to come forward. "He was trying to make us proud," she repeated in interviews, her voice breaking. "He was living out his dream." Pastor Craig Clapper, the man who had introduced Scott to the Appalachian Trail, was devastated by his death. In honor of Scott, Pastor Clapper completed a full through hike of the Appalachian Trail in 2013 and wrote a spiritual book about his journey called Legging It. He retired from full-time ministry in 2012, and the Appalachian Trail became his way of processing the grief of losing the young man he had mentored. Scott Lilly's funeral was held on August 29, 2011, at Trinity Evangelical Free Church in South Bend, Indiana. Pastor Clapper conducted the service. Scott was survived by his mother Susan, his sister Allison, and his brother Joshua. His father Ted Lilly had preceded him in death. More than a decade has passed since Scott's body was found in that shallow grave near Cow Camp Gap Shelter. Despite the FBI's extensive investigation, despite the interviews, the evidence collection, and the $10,000 reward, no arrests have ever been made. The case remains unsolved. No one has been charged with suffocating Scott Lilly to death and burying his body in the woods. No one has been brought to justice for ending the life of a 30-year-old man who was simply trying to live out his dream of hiking the Appalachian Trail and connecting with American history. Like Louise Chaput, Scott's killer is still out there. The Lady of the Woods. From Theo. I grew up in a small house nestled in the Appalachian Mountains of eastern Kentucky. Most of my childhood memories are normal. Playing in the yard, riding my bike down dirt roads, catching crawdads in the creek behind our property. But there are some memories that still make my skin crawl, even if it's been about 20 years. My parents went through a rough patch when I was around 5 years old. I had no idea what was happening, only that they argued a lot, sometimes late into the night. My dad worked at a dealership in the nearby town, not as a salesman either, so he had long hours and mandatory overtime that kept him away from home often. Mom worked part-time at the Dollar General in town and was always stressing about money. They'd fight over bills, about Dad's hours, about who was supposed to pick me up from kindergarten. Their voices would echo through our small house, impossible to miss even with my door closed and my pillow over my head. I remember lying in bed, worried they might get divorced like my friend Tommy's parents had. Tommy had to move to an apartment with his mom, and only ever saw his dad on weekends. The thought of that happening to me was terrifying. I'd cry myself to sleep most nights, my stomach in knots, wondering if tomorrow would be the day one of them would leave for good. One night, I think it was fall, because I remember the sound of leaves scraping against the window, I woke up to someone tapping on my shoulder. It wasn't a gentle tap to wake me up, rather like an impatient poke that startled me out of my sleep. When I opened up my eyes, I saw a figure standing beside my bed that looked like my mom. It was dark, so I couldn't see her face clearly, but I recognized her shape and her hair. She was wearing what looked like her nightgown, a long white thing that reached her ankles. She didn't say anything, but she curled her finger in a come here gesture. I was confused, but I got out of bed like she wanted. My room was cold, much colder than it should have been with the heating on. The figure walked over to my window, which was already open about halfway. Now that struck me as odd even then, because I never opened my windows. They were old wooden sash windows with peeling paint, nearly impossible for a kid my age to open or close without help. The wood would swell in the damp weather, making them stick, and the counterweights inside the frame were broken, so you had to hold them up with a stick if you wanted them to stay open. The figure gestured toward the open window, beckoning me to follow. I remember looking around my room, wondering if I was still asleep and dreaming. My Batman nightlight was still on, casting just enough light to see shapes, but not details. My digital clock read 4 a.m. When I looked back at the window, she was already outside, her upper body visible as she leaned in, still motioning for me to follow her. I approached the window and started to climb out. The sill was at chest height for me back then, so I had to really hoist myself up. I remember the rough wood against my palms, the cold night air hitting my face, and the strange silence outside. And that's the last thing I remember, until the next morning. I woke up sometime later to my parents yelling. I was lying on the ground outside, right below my bedroom window, curled up in the mulch of my mom's flower bed. The fall wasn't far. Our house was a single story, but I was confused and disoriented. I was freezing cold too, my pajamas damp with morning dew, and there were small scratches on my arms and face from the holly bush I'd apparently landed in. When my parents found me, I asked my mom why she wanted me to sleep outside last night. The look on her face is something I'll never forget. Pure confusion with traces of fear. The poor woman had no idea what I was talking about. My dad picked me up and carried me inside while Mom checked me for injuries. They kept asking how I got outside, if I'd climbed out the window myself, if I'd been sleepwalking. I just told them. Mom came to my room and told me to follow her out the window. My parents were visibly shaken. They looked at each other. Then my mom said, "Honey, I was in bed all night. I never came into your room." My dad had a look at my window. It was still open, but no signs of damage or forced entry. For weeks afterward, they checked my window every night to make sure it was locked. And eventually my dad nailed it shut. As I got older, I mostly forgot about that incident. My parents worked through their problems when I was around 7. Dad got a better job with better hours, and they started to do marriage counseling at the church. By the time I was 12 years old, they seemed happier than ever. They went on regular date nights every Friday, leaving me with my older cousin Melissa as a babysitter. When they weren't on dates, they were either working or busy around the house. Dad with yard work, Mom with cleaning and cooking. At 12, I was going through my own issues. Middle school was tough. I was smaller for my age, and I was getting picked on. I didn't have many friends, and the ones I did have were starting to get into sports and girls, neither of which interested me yet. I spent most of my time playing video games or reading comic books in my room. I started to feel neglected, though I didn't have the emotional vocabulary to describe it that way back then. I simply knew that whenever I tried to talk to my parents about school or ask them to play a game with me, they seemed distracted. "Not now, honey," or "Can it wait until after dinner?" were phrases I heard daily. I felt very lonely and left out of their lives. So one Friday in late September, when I knew they had plans to go out that evening, I decided to run away. Not for real, just for a day, to make them worry and maybe pay more attention to me. I wasn't really thinking through the consequences or how stupid and dangerous it would be. In my 12-year-old mind, it was the master plan. The plan was to stay up all night so I could sneak out at sunrise before they woke up. I would have set an alarm, but it was loud and didn't work half the time. I packed up some snacks in my backpack, a sleeve of saltine crackers and a couple of granola bars, and a bottle of water. I also grabbed my Game Boy Advance, a flashlight, my favorite comic book, and a light jacket in case it got cold. I didn't take much else. I was planning to come home the next day, after all, and I was a kid who didn't understand what I was doing. Around 5:30 a.m., when the sky was just starting to lighten, I snuck out the back door and headed for the woods behind our property. The morning was cool and misty, still dark enough that I needed my flashlight to see the path. Within moments, dew had soaked through my sneakers, so that sucked. I walked about a half mile in to a spot where I could still see our house if I positioned myself right. There was this big oak tree there that I liked to climb sometimes, and I settled myself underneath it. I spent the morning playing Pokemon on my Game Boy, eating crackers and feeling pretty pleased with myself, imagining how worried my parents were going to be and how they were going to apologize over and over for not spending enough time with me. As the morning went on, I got bored. I tried climbing the tree but couldn't get very high. I threw rocks at other trees, trying to improve my aim. I made up stories in my head about being a survivalist living off the land. Around what I guessed was about 11 a.m., I ate one of my granola bars, rationing my food since I didn't know how long I'd be out there. Again, the plan was to stay out there for a full day, but the longer I was out, the more I kind of just wanted to go home. Around noon, I heard footsteps coming from deeper in the woods, not from the direction of my house. The steps sounded human, not like an animal. I thought it might be my parents searching for me, so I called out, "Mom?" The footsteps stopped immediately. Complete silence followed. The sudden stillness was unnerving, like I was being watched by everything in the forest. After that, I got a bit restless. I started to walk around a bit, still staying in the general area but changing positions a few times. I found a small stream and followed it for a while, then circled back to my tree. Eventually, I sat down again, this time facing away from the house and deeper into the forest. About 2 hours later, my Game Boy batteries died in the middle of a battle. Disappointed, I looked up, and when I did, I nearly jumped out of my skin. Standing at the edge of the trees, about 20 feet away from me, was a figure that looked like my mom, or at least had her general shape and build. She was wearing what looked like the blue sweater my mom had put on that morning, but she was positioned in a way that her face was covered in shadows, and something about her stance felt wrong. Her arms hung a bit too low, and she was standing too still. I called out again, "Mom?" The figure nodded slowly and beckoned me with her hand, a similar come here gesture from years before. There was something about it though. The movement was twitchy in a way. I got up and started to walk towards her, already feeling foolish about my plan to run away. I started to apologize, explaining that I was going to come back home, that I just wanted them to notice me more. I rambled on and on about how they never had time for me anymore, how they were always busy with each other or with work. The figure didn't respond, just turned and started to walk deeper into the woods, occasionally looking back and gesturing for me to follow. I followed, but something felt wrong. She was moving too quick, staying just far enough ahead that I couldn't get a good look at her. She never spoke, never responded to my apologies or questions, and she was leading me away from home, into a part of the woods that I didn't recognize. The trees were thicker here, older, with more underbrush that scratched at my legs through my jeans. "Why are you going so fast? Where are we going?" I called out, breaking into a jog to keep up with her. The figure didn't slow or respond, just kept the same pace, always just out of reach. The rational part of my brain started to send warning signals. Why would my mom ignore me? Why would she lead me deeper into the woods instead of just taking me home? But I kept following anyway, partly out of curiosity and partly because I didn't want to admit to myself that something was wrong. I started running, trying my hardest to catch up. I was focused entirely on the figure ahead of me. That's why I didn't see the drop-off until it was too late. The ground suddenly disappeared beneath my feet. I hadn't been watching where I was going, and I'd run straight over the edge of a steep ravine. I tumbled down, hitting rocks and branches before landing hard at the bottom. For a few terrifying seconds, I couldn't breathe. My chest felt compressed, like someone was sitting on it. When my lungs finally started to work again, I gasped in air and immediately started to cough. My whole body ached. I checked myself for broken bones, moving each limb carefully. By some miracle, I was just badly scratched and bruised, with a large gash on my arm that was bleeding but not too deeply. If I'd fallen a little differently, I could have broken my neck. I could have died. Disoriented and scared, I looked around. The ravine was about 15 feet deep with steep sides of loose dirt and rock. At the bottom was a dry creek bed filled with stones and debris. I didn't recognize anything around me. I had never been this far into the woods before. I tried climbing back up the side I'd fallen down, but it was too steep, and the dirt kept giving way under my feet. My shoes kept slipping on loose rocks, and I fell back down twice, scraping my hands and knees pretty bad. After about 15 minutes of failed attempts, I started to call for my mom and dad, hoping they were out there somewhere looking for me. I shouted until my throat hurt, then sat in silence for half an hour. I waited, listening and hoping for a response. Nothing came back but the occasional bird call or rustle of wind through the trees. I was crying then. I walked to the other side of the ravine, where the slope looked less steep, and I was able to climb out by grabbing onto tree roots and pulling myself up. My plan was to circle around to where the ravine was shallower on both sides, thinking I could find my way back home from there easily. But I quickly realized I was completely lost. Every direction looked the same, just trees and more trees, with no landmarks I recognized. I tried to find the sun to get my bearings, but the forest canopy was too thick. I had no idea which way was north, which way was south, let alone which way led back to my house. I picked a direction and started to walk, hoping to find a trail or a road, anything. I spent hours wandering, screaming for help until my voice was gone. My feet hurt, my scratches stung, and I was getting increasingly desperate. The sun was setting, filtering through the trees in orange streaks, and panic really set in. I'd been in these woods at dusk before, but never this far, never alone. When night fell completely, the darkness was absolute. No streetlights, no house lights. I couldn't even see the moon through the trees. I tried using my flashlight, but the batteries were weak, and it died after about 20 minutes. Now I was in complete darkness, stumbling around, tripping over roots and rocks. Eventually, I was exhausted and terrified, so I sat down against a tree trunk and cried myself to sleep. I don't know how long I slept, but I woke up and it was still dark. At first, I was disoriented still. I felt like I was sitting in someone's lap. My back was against something that wasn't the tree that I'd fallen asleep against. There was a body beneath me, ice cold, someone's legs, like they'd been sitting in a freezer though. Something sharp was moving across my cheek, like a nail or claw gently scraping my skin. The touch was almost tender, but it made my skin crawl. I looked up and saw what appeared to be my mother's silhouette, her familiar hair framing her face, and relief flooded through me. And I whispered, "Mom?" As my eyes adjusted to the dark, I saw that what I was looking at was not my mother at all. The face had a mouth, a wide, stretched smile with no lips. But where the eyes, nose, and eyebrows should have been, there was nothing but smooth and pale skin stretched over her face. The smile widened as I looked at it. I screamed and scrambled away, my heart pounding so hard it could have burst. When I looked back, the figure was gone. I pressed my back against a real tree, trying to control my breathing, straining my eyes to see in the dark, terrified that thing would return. That's when I heard my father's voice in the distance, calling my name. At first, I thought it might not be real, but the voice was unmistakably his, deep and slightly hoarse. I'd know that voice from anywhere. I screamed back for him, my voice breaking. He yelled back to me to stay where I was and to just keep calling out. So I did just that, sobbing between shouts. 5 minutes later, flashlight beams cutting through the darkness, I saw my parents running towards me, along with 2 police officers and what looked like search and rescue volunteers. My mother ran to me and wrapped me in her arms, crying as hard as I was, while my dad kept saying, thank God, over and over. One of the officers draped a blanket around my shoulders. I was shivering uncontrollably from cold and fear. I apologized repeatedly, telling them I had only meant to run away for a day, not to get lost like this. Through my tears, I mentioned the lady who had made me follow her and gotten me lost. They looked confused, but didn't press me for details then. My dad carried me back through the woods. It took almost an hour to reach our house, which showed how far I'd wandered. At home, paramedics checked me out, cleaning and bandaging my cuts, making sure I didn't have any infections. The police asked me some questions about why I'd run away, but they were gentle about it. I overheard one of them telling my parents they were lucky. A kid my age, lost in those woods overnight. Things could have ended much worse. Later that night, after the police left and I'd been cleaned up and fed, my parents sat on the edge of the bed and asked me about the lady I'd mentioned. I told them about how I thought it was Mom calling me into the woods, about following her to the ravine, about waking up in the lap of something that wasn't my mom and wasn't human. I described that faceless woman. I also told them about the night when I was 5, how it felt similar, and how I now believed the same thing had tried to lure me out the window. I could tell from their expressions they weren't sure whether to believe me, but they were clearly disturbed. Dad's face had gone a bit paler, and Mom kept making the sign of the cross, something she only did when she was truly scared. They made me promise never to go into the woods alone again, and told me that if I ever felt upset or neglected, I should just talk to them directly instead of running away. I kept that promise. I never went back into those woods by myself, and we moved away from that house a year later when Dad got a job in another state. Before we left, I overheard Dad talking to a neighbor about other kids who had gone missing in those mountains over the years. Some were found, some weren't. To this day, I don't know what that thing was. Why did it look like my mom? Why did it want me to go with her? I'm completely convinced it wanted to hurt me. It tried to lead me into the woods out the window, and for some reason that didn't work. So it waited for another opportunity when I was older. If you take anything away from this story, take 2 things actually. 1, don't be a silly goose kid and run away from your parents. Talk with them. And 2, don't follow strange entities into the woods of Appalachia. The impossible vanishing of Trini Gibson. On October 8, 1976, 39 students from Bearden High School in Knoxville, Tennessee, boarded a bus for a surprise field trip to Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Only one teacher, Wayne Dunlap, supervised the group. The students were instructed to hike 1.8 miles along the Forney Ridge Trail to Andrews Bald, then return to the parking area by 3:30 p.m. Among those students was 16-year-old Teresa Lynn Gibson. Everyone called her Trini. Brown hair, green eyes, 5 foot 3 inches tall. She wore a blue blouse, a borrowed brown plaid jacket, blue jeans, and blue Adidas shoes. And on her finger, a diamond and star sapphire ring she treasured. This wasn't a wilderness expedition. This was a school field trip, the kind that happens thousands of times across America without incident. But this time would be different. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the return hike, multiple students watched Trini stop on the trail and crouch down, as though examining something on the ground. Then she stepped off the trail into the thick brush. Another student came up from behind moments later. They looked back toward where she had stepped off the trail. She was gone. They called her name. No response. When the bus prepared to depart at 3:40 p.m., Trini wasn't there. Teacher Wayne Dunlap contacted park rangers at 4:30 p.m. What followed was was one of the most extensive search operations in Great Smoky Mountains history. 756 people participated: park rangers, National Guard personnel, volunteers, bloodhounds, German shepherds, and helicopters. The search continued for 2 weeks, but no trace of Trini was found. Trini's father organized a second massive search in April and May of 1977 with 230 additional volunteers. Again, nothing. Then there was a third search in 1981, but it was also unsuccessful. But here's where the case becomes truly disturbing. 3 tracking dogs picked up Trini's scent and followed it to the intersection with the Appalachian Trail, past Klingman's Dome Tower, and along the roadside for approximately 1.5 miles from Newfound Gap. Then the scent vanished completely, as though Trini had simply ceased to exist at that exact spot along the road. This strongly suggests she got into a vehicle. Someone had been waiting for her. The next day, investigators found 8 cigarette butts of the same brand near the roadside location where the dogs lost her scent. 3 cigarette butts and a partially consumed beer can were also found near the spot where she had stepped off the trail. But Trini didn't smoke, and Trini didn't drink. The case took strange turns. After Trini disappeared, her large Stanley comb, which friends said she was never without, mysteriously appeared on the dashboard of classmate Robert Simpson's car. He claimed she had given it to him to keep. Her expensive star sapphire pendant and ring were later found in possession of another student, who could not satisfactorily explain how she obtained them. Robert Simpson was 17, a friend of Trini's older brother. Trini had been wearing his jacket that day. He was the last person confirmed to spend significant time with her. He claimed he went tracking a bear after she left him. He made an odd statement to Trini's sister. If Kelvin Bowman has Trini, he will kill her. If he doesn't have her, I think she might run off with some horny hitchhiker. Kelvin Bowman was another person of interest. In October of 1975, he had allegedly tried to break into the Gibson home. Trini's mother shot him in the foot. Bowman reportedly made threats in court to harm Trini when released. He served only 6 months of a 2-year sentence and was back at school by October 1976. The principal stated Bowman was in class the day Trini disappeared, but some students claimed he followed the bus to the mountains. Despite these leads, no arrests were ever made. The FBI investigated, but their files have never been released. Unusual for a nearly 50-year-old unsolved case. The park chief ranger told reporters he was almost sure she was not in the park, an extraordinary statement suggesting law enforcement believed she was abducted, not lost. The tragedy destroyed Trini's family. Her parents divorced. Her brother Robert Jr. died in 2000 at age 42. Her father Robert Sr. died in 2004 at age 67. Her sister Tina died in 2016 at age 54. Trini Gibson stepped off the Forney Ridge Trail in broad daylight on a well-traveled path with dozens of other hikers nearby, only half a mile from a parking lot. She vanished in seconds. Multiple students saw her step into the brush, and moments later, she was gone. Tracking dogs followed her scent 1.5 miles to a roadside where it disappeared completely, with cigarette butts left by someone who had been waiting. And then her possessions mysteriously appeared in some classmates' hands weeks later. Was she abducted by Robert Simpson, or by Kelvin Bowman, or by some stranger waiting in the woods? Did someone follow the school bus from Knoxville? For 48 years, those questions have haunted the Smoky Mountains. Trini would have been 64 years old today. Maybe she is, if she's still out there. Appalachian Terror from Buckstop. I've spent my entire life in a small Appalachian town tucked into a valley that's flanked by rolling hills and steep ridges. The place where everyone knows everyone else. I'm sure you've heard that before. You could at least say everyone knows a story about everyone else. My family has lived here for generations.
which means our name is inextricably linked with the ridges, creeks, and old cabins that dot the landscape. Growing up, I was always a child of the outdoors. Fishing and hunting and hiking were my pastimes. As soon as I could walk, my grandfather would take me along the foothills, teaching me to look for signs of wildlife, tracks in the mud and tufts of fur on broken branches. When I was old enough to explore on my own, I made a habit of wandering even deeper into those woods, never thinking much of the legends that we told, the ones locals would whisper around bonfires. But I will tell you about them. I remember stories about strange silhouettes people would see just around sunset, eerie lights that flickered at the tops of ridges and disappeared with no explanation. You would hear one person say they heard chanting out there, and another would see footprints that couldn't have come from any known animal. I listened from time to time, amused by how people would get worked up out in the forest and think they saw things. After all, these mountains are rife with wildlife and illusions. If you're creeped out enough, a gentle rustle in the leaves from wind or a doe could quickly become the sound of being chased. I never believed the stories. I thought their true causes were always something grounded. But that was before one fall. I was forced to confront the idea that maybe not everything out there can be explained away. It was a Saturday. The air had a biting chill to it. The leaves had already begun to turn shades of russet and gold, and I decided to spend the day hiking up a ridge, which I referred to as High Pine Peak. This is not an official name, but something my childhood friends and I grew up with. We called it that because the summit was known for these two massive pine trees near the top, which stand out among all the deciduous oaks and maples. I wanted to get some photographs of the autumn foliage before the season ended. Maybe catch a sunset if I timed it right. I set out around noon with my usual gear. I'd planned a route that would take me along the eastern side of the ridge, where an old overgrown logging trail wound through hollows and gullies. That trail eventually connected to a steeper path near the top, which would lead me around the boulder-strewn summit. I'd done it before plenty of times, so I was confident I could do it again. The first couple of hours were peaceful. The trees were absolutely stunning, too. Some of them had already lost many leaves, creating a crackling carpet of reds, oranges, and yellows. Here and there, a squirrel darted across the trail, sending a scattering of leaves flying. Eventually, I reached a section of the trail where the trees grew denser, and the canopy blocked more of the light. The air grew noticeably cooler, and a light mist began to drift between the trunks. This was typical for the Appalachian high ridges in fall. Pockets of fog can settle in the hollows, even on an otherwise clear day. Despite having grown up here, the sudden hush and creeping fog had always felt creepy to me. When it happened, my footsteps always seemed too loud, and every snap of a twig made me flinch or jump. I stopped for a while to drink some coffee from my thermos. I used a mossy rock as a makeshift seat. I couldn't help but think about these stories I'd heard then, reminding myself that no matter how eerie it got out here, I wasn't about to mistake a shadow for a mysterious beast, or wind for ghostly whispers. Satisfied with my break, I stood up and continued on. I was planning to reach the steeper trail within the hour. That was when I noticed something unusual in the distance, off to my left. It was just a flicker of movement between the thicker trunks. At first, I assumed it was a black bear. I even caught a glimpse of dark limbs. But as I tried to focus on it, the movement stopped, and the figure disappeared. I shrugged it off, thinking at most, cool, I saw a black bear. I made a mental note to keep a wide berth from any bears I saw. About a half-mile further, the logging trail curved around a slope. The brush on either side was overgrown, but the path itself was mostly clear. I slowed down when I saw something lying about 30 feet ahead. Looked like a fallen branch or a log. As I approached, I realized it wasn't a branch. It was a cluster of broken limbs. They were snapped in a strangely deliberate-looking way, arranged almost like a crude barrier. There were no cutting marks or sawing marks. No, it looked like they'd been twisted or broken by force. Maybe some strong winds had come through recently. Then again, it looked to have been constructed, not accidental. And when I looked up, none of the branches near me were broken. These were collected and put here. Sometimes local kids would pull pranks or set up things like this for whatever reason. But we were far away from any frequently traveled route, and kids rarely come this deep into the woods alone. I stepped around the pile. I wanted to kick it or dismantle it, but something inside told me to just leave it alone. So I continued along the trail. Sure, it was a bit unsettling, but mostly it was fascinating. About 20 minutes later, I reached an open stretch of trail that offered a view of the surrounding ridges whenever there wasn't fog. That day, though, a pale haze clung to the valleys, making it hard to see more than a mile or so. The sky was clouding over, and the temperature seemed to drop another few degrees. I was thinking of turning back then. Then I spotted it. There was a figure standing near the crest of the slope, maybe 70 yards ahead. They seemed to be standing upright, but with an off posture, perhaps hunched. Whatever it was, or whoever they were, they looked unusually tall and thin. It wore some kind of dark, ragged covering that might have been clothing, or perhaps just a wrap of fur or leaves. I couldn't be sure at this distance. My mind scrambled to come up with an explanation. A hiker with a large backpack, a hunter wearing camouflage. But the figure didn't move like a person. It took a step sideways, then another, in a way that reminded me of how a heron might move along a riverbank. As I watched, the figure shifted and glided out of view behind a cluster of mountain laurel. I say glided here because that's truly what it looked like from there. No heavy footfalls, no bending of the knees like a typical walk. I stayed rooted to the spot for maybe 30 seconds. Was I seeing things? Did I just see that right? Maybe it was a trick of the fog and my imagination. The part of me that demanded a rational explanation insisted I follow it and get closer. For all I knew, it could be a lost hiker or a local hermit who didn't want to be disturbed. But if I saw it up close, I could rest easy. I've always been pragmatic, but also stubbornly curious. Against my better instincts, I shouldered my backpack. I took a deep breath and made my way up the slope, where I'd last seen the figure. But I didn't find any footprints, just damp leaves. The leaves, though, did look like they'd been disturbed in a path heading westward. I then followed the trail of scuffed foliage, watching carefully for any more movement. After about 5 minutes, I came to a large rocky outcrop where the mountain laurel grew thick. It was almost like a natural wall. I wondered how the figure could have possibly slipped through without me hearing branches crack, or at least me seeing them sway. The laurel was dense, and moving through it would have made a tremendous amount of noise. And yet I heard nothing. I pressed around the outcrop and found a narrow gap, barely wide enough for me to squeeze through. My jacket snagged on a branch, making a loud tearing sound. The gap led to a small clearing, a hidden hollow with a flat moss-covered rock at the center, and a ring of stunted oak trees around its perimeter. The air in that hollow was dead still. I heard no wind or bird calls. The ground felt oddly spongy, too, beneath my boots. I cautiously advanced, looking left and right, but there was no sign of anyone else, or anything else. Before long, though, I did see it. It was crouched at the far edge of the clearing near the trunk of an oak. It was definitely tall, well over 6 feet, maybe closer to 7. Thin limbs with proportions that didn't seem quite human, and the covering it wore, or grew from its body, hung in dark tatters. As I stood there, it slowly turned its head toward me. I couldn't see a face exactly, more like an elongated shape with ridges where a skull should have been. Yet, I had the unmistakable impression that it was watching me with intense scrutiny. My blood pounded in my ears. I felt an overwhelming instinctual urge to run, but also a strange pull to keep observing. I held my breath, and for a moment, I was thinking about saying something to it, but I decided against that. The creature, I struggled to call it a person, seemed wary of me, almost as if it was ready to sprint away if I made any sudden moves. The idea emboldened me a bit. Maybe it wasn't aggressive, maybe I had the upper hand here. I took a half step forward. It instantly sprang upright. It made no sound that I could hear, but its movements were swift and smooth, reminding me of a deer spooked by a hunter's approach. It then darted along the edge of the clearing, weaving between trees so gracefully. I had to follow it, though, as quickly as I could. Branches scraped at my arms, and I stumbled over some roots. In seconds, however, it was gone, vanished into the thicker part of the woods on the far side of the clearing. I stood there, breathing hard, feeling like I'd lost my chance to figure out what I was dealing with, my chance for an explanation and comfort. Every rational thought in me was telling me that I'd just chased a figure that might be dangerous. But my dumb self felt compelled to keep going, telling myself it was just a person, definitely a weird-looking hermit, that was harmless, and if I just got close enough, I would see a human face and there would be no problem. After a few moments to catch my breath, I pressed on. The terrain grew steeper as I reached the upper ridges, and the ground was scattered with loose stones. The old-growth forest was much more dense here, with massive pines, oaks, and maples. It was near the crest of the hill, only about another 200 yards to the top, but the route had no clear trail. I had to pick my way around fallen logs and lichen-covered boulders. I started to notice small signs. Branches snapped off in ways that seemed intentional, scratch marks on tree trunks, and once a faint footprint in the wet soil. The footprint resembled a person's. Enough. Even so, something about it gave me shivers. I pushed on, convinced I was close to discovering something mundane. Eventually, I emerged on a narrow rocky ledge that offered a view of the next valley over. Normally, from there you could see farmland, a winding 2-lane road, the distant roofs of houses. But the fog had thickened, cloaking everything in milky gray. The wind was picking up, carrying the smell of damp earth and leafy decay. I reoriented myself, then saw movement near a stand of those massive pine trees that gave this peak its local name, High Pine Peak. There it was again. The figure stood among the pines, one thin limb resting against a trunk. It was like it was trying to hide, except it was nearly the same dark color as the bark, so it didn't blend as seamlessly as it might have hoped. As I stepped forward, it jerked away, disappearing behind the tree. Despite my fear, I advanced. Rain was starting to patter down, lightly at first. It didn't take long for the ground to get slick. I nearly lost my footing twice. By the time I reached the 2 tall pines, the drizzle had turned into a steady shower, and dusk was closing in earlier than I'd expected. I had maybe an hour of usable light left, if that. My mind told me I should turn around then. Descending the ridge in the dark would be risky, especially on the unstable ground. But I couldn't shake my curiosity. I circled the pines, then called out. "Hello? Anyone out there?" My voice sounded pathetically small in the hushed forest, drowned out by the rain. There was no response. Another swirl of fog drifted in, making it impossible to see more than 20 feet ahead of me. Then, from somewhere close by, I heard a faint, rasping moan. It wasn't a growl or a snarl. It sounded almost pained, maybe afraid. But my stomach still lurched. I followed the sound, heart in my throat, until I found a shallow depression in the ground.
It was partially sheltered by the roots of an enormous pine that clung to the rocky slope. Beneath that root was a space, a kind of hollow that might have been formed by erosion. Strewn across the ground were broken sticks, old animal bones, and a few strips of decaying cloth. The smell of damp fur and rot was in the air. I squinted in the dim light. I saw something crouching at the back of this hollow. My eyes struggled to interpret the shape. It looked like the thing I'd been chasing, curled up in on itself, as if hurt or exhausted or scared. There was an elongated arm, or maybe a leg. It was hard to tell. Whatever it was bent at an awkward angle. A cluster of small, pale bones lay near its side. The creature, or emaciated person, or whatever it was, lifted its head slightly, meeting my gaze with what I can only describe as a sorrowful intensity. I froze. No words formed in my mind. I felt a primal electric jolt of terror, but also a profound empathy, like I was confronting a wounded animal that could lash out if I approached. In that moment, I had no illusions anymore about it being human. I know that no human being had limbs like that, or eyes like that. The creature let out a low moan. My instincts screamed, "Leave now," but something held me in place. Carefully, I began to reach out to it. I was intent on touching it. I don't know what compelled me, but I felt I had to. The creature suddenly shrieked, a shrill warbling sound that made my skin crawl. It recoiled into the dark, and my heart nearly stopped. I staggered backward, slipping on the slick ground. At that moment, I knew I had to leave. There was no question about it. I'd pushed too far, intruded on something that had no interest in being discovered, and now I'd caused it pain or fear. I scrambled up the muddy slope, desperate to put some distance between us. At one point in my mad dash away, I crashed through a patch of brambles, ripping my pants. I felt a sting of blood on my calf, but barely registered it. It seemed like forever before I finally found a familiar landmark, a massive oak with twisted roots that I recognized from the logging trail. I felt so relieved, but I still felt exposed, like there were eyes on me in every direction. The final stretch of trail was a blur. I recall the rain intensifying and thunder rumbling in the distance. Of course, I nearly lost my footing a dozen more times. At long last, I emerged onto the country road that led back to town. My clothes were soaked and I was trembling. Couldn't tell if it was from the cold or from panic. I'd only been gone about 7 hours total, but it felt like I was gone a lifetime out there. When I got home, I locked myself in my bedroom and tried to sleep. And for a long time, I had nightmares about it. Nightmares where I'm standing at the edge of the hollow, shining my flashlight inside that hole, only to see two reflective eyes staring back. A few times, though, I've dreamed I was the wounded one in the hollow, and that elongated figure towers over me, deciding whether to help me or harm me. Many who live in Appalachia say these mountains hold secrets far older than our towns, older than the roads and the rail lines. At first, I always thought it was just poetic talk. Now I'm starting to rethink things. I suspect maybe I've glimpsed one of those secrets, a creature that moves quietly among the pines and laurel, shy, maybe even wounded. What its purpose is, I'm not sure. But I am sure that there's something unnatural and otherworldly about it. Don't go chasing the things that go bump, especially the ones that want to be left alone. Saying Goodbye. From Putrid Decay. I'm going to start by saying I know my actions were dumb, but I'm a spooky gal, and I would probably do it again. This happened a few years ago, when my husband and I were staying with his 96-year-old great-grandmother in Appalachia. His family has a 300-acre cattle farm, and we needed somewhere to stay while saving for a house. And the great-grandmother, Miss Mary, needed someone to make sure she didn't fall or have an accident. As I said, I'm a spooky gal, and as you can imagine, there isn't much to do in the middle of nowhere. So I started testing my Appalachian knowledge by whistling at night. The first night, nothing happened. But in the morning, one of our chickens had died. I didn't really connect those things, but then every morning for 3 days, we'd wake up to a dead chicken. No obvious cause of death, no sickness. It wasn't abnormally hot or cold outside. Then I tried to whistle during the daytime, thinking maybe I'd see something if I tried during the day. As soon as noise left my mouth, the branch of a big old oak tree out front broke with a loud crack, and a bug flew into my face. That's not to say it flew into me by accident. It flew at me repeatedly, smacking my face until I stopped whistling. It was almost as if even the insects knew I was being dumb. I stopped whistling after that. I wasn't exactly scared, but I trusted that what I was doing could be putting us all at risk. Months passed with no incident, but a few days before we moved out, I was listening to Nightfall by Kavinsky. My husband was working nights and Miss Mary was in the hospital. Thankfully, nothing serious. Just getting fluids and combating a cold. Although maybe that was serious for a 96-year-old. The song starts and some of the lyrics sounded too loud to me. I want to drive you through the night, down the hills. Suddenly, my body started to feel as if I was underwater. I'm gonna tell you something you don't want to hear. I don't know how, but I knew whatever heard my whistle before was here now. I'm gonna show you where it's dark, but have no fear. I felt numb, not cold or scared or excited, but numb. I then went outside. Immediately, I was greeted by a rabbit standing just off the porch. Right away, I was greeted by a rabbit standing just off the porch, staring directly at me. I don't know how long we watched each other, but eventually the rabbit took a few hops towards the back of the house, where the woods are, and where the chicken coop is. Then it looked back at me, as if asking me to follow it. So I did. You've never seen darkness quite like Appalachian darkness. It's so dense, you feel it in all of your senses. Or at least, I did. As I followed the rabbit closer and closer to the chicken coop, unable to make out anything in the absence of light, every hair on my body began to stand up. My heart started to pound, and I finally felt afraid. Something was waiting for me. I slowly turned around, trying to appear more calm than I was, and I walked back to the front of the house. Just before I stepped out of the darkness, I looked back and I said out loud, "We're moving in a couple of days. If you follow me, I'll talk with you then." I know I'm the dumb white chick that dies in horror movies that everyone screams at, but it felt like they wanted to talk, so I went inside and shut the door. My entire body got hot, like the worst hot flash you can imagine. I was sweating and shaking. I never saw anything in Appalachia, but I'm pretty sure it saw me. I haven't had any weird experiences since then, and Miss Mary hasn't either. I don't know why it didn't kill me. Maybe it did just want to talk. But something exists in those mountains. Something you should be afraid of. Snollygaster from Earthshake Crew. My wife and I started hunting together back in 2010, a year after we got married. We're both from rural Virginia, grew up in families where hunting was just part of life. Every fall, we'd take a week off work and head into the Appalachian Mountains for deer season. We had a small cabin that we rented from an old guy named Earl. I think he liked us, as he charged us next to nothing, as long as we brought him some venison jerky when we came back the following year. A great guy. We had plenty of normal hunting trips over the years, some successful, but others not. But there were 2 trips, one in 2014 and the other in 2019, that I still can't explain. The first incident I'll talk about happened in November 2014. We'd been at the cabin for 3 days with no luck. Hadn't even seen a decent buck. On the fourth morning, we decided to try a new area, about 2 miles north of our usual spot. This part of the woods was different. It had older trees and thicker undergrowth, and was oddly peaceful. We'd been on our blind for about 3 hours, just after sunrise, when the air just sort of changed. It's the kind of thing that's hard to describe unless you've experienced it, but I think other hunters would know what I mean. Felt like the temperature dropped about 10 degrees in seconds, and there was a pressure in the air, like there was a storm a-brewing. I remember looking at my wife and seeing she felt it too. I asked her if she thought we should head back, and she nodded. Just as we were packing up our gear, we heard a sound unlike anything I'd ever heard in those woods before. Not a deer or a bear or even a bobcat. It was high-pitched, reminded me of metal grinding against metal, and it echoed real well through the trees. My wife grabbed my arm and pointed to the ridge about 200 yards ahead of us. There we saw something moving through the tree line. I thought it was a person, because it was walking upright on 2 legs, but the way it moved wasn't right. It was sort of robotic and too fast for someone navigating rough terrain. We only saw it for about 10 seconds before it disappeared behind the ridge. It was big too, taller than a man, and we had seen what looked like wings on the thing, and those had about a 15-foot wingspan. The wings weren't feathered but looked leathery, more like a bat's. The body was dark, either black or deep green, hard to tell in the shadows and from that distance. We didn't stick around much longer. We grabbed our things and got out of there as fast as we could, without running. The whole way back to the cabin, we heard that metallic screeching, always seeming to come from a different direction. Sounded to me like we were being circled. When we made it back to the cabin, we tried to rationalize what we'd seen. I suggested it was some sort of large bird of prey, perhaps an eagle that looked bigger because of the angle or the light. My wife thought it could have been a hang glider, though we both knew there were no launch sites anywhere nearby. But we didn't want to admit how wrong it all felt. That night, Earl stopped by the cabin to drop off some firewood. My wife brought up what we'd seen, trying to keep it casual. Earl got real quiet, then asking exactly where we'd seen it. When we told him, he said that area had a history of strange sightings going back over 100 years. Local folks called a creature there the snollygaster. According to him, it had been described as part reptile, part bird, with tentacles and sometimes metallic parts. I thought Earl was just messing with us, telling us an old folktale. But the way he described the sound it would make, that metal-on-metal screeching, it matched exactly what we'd heard. And he seemed genuinely concerned, advising us to stay away from that part of the woods, especially at dawn and dusk. We finished our trip without incident, sticking to the safer hunting grounds Earl recommended. We didn't see anything unusual there, nor for the remainder of that season. Eventually, we convinced ourselves it had been some kind of large bird. Maybe combined with stress and poor visibility, we'd amped it up in our heads to something scarier. 5 years passed. We went back to those same woods every season, but we avoided the northern area where we'd had our strange encounter. Part of me had mostly forgotten about it, filed it away as one of those weird experiences you can't explain but don't dwell on much. And then came November 2019. It was our last day of the trip, and we'd had a good season, 2 nice big bucks between us. We decided to head out early in the morning to try for one more before going home. We went to a spot about a mile east of the cabin, an area we knew well. The morning was foggy, and visibility was maybe 50 yards at most. We'd been in our blind for about an hour when we started to hear rustling from a thicket about 40 yards ahead. I raised my rifle, expecting to see a deer emerging from the brush. What stepped out was no deer.
It was roughly the size of a black bear, but the resemblance ended there. It had a long neck, and what I first thought was its head looked more like a beak. Not like a bird's beak, mind you, but something harder, almost metallic in the way it reflected the little bit of sunlight cutting through the fog. The creature had 4 legs, thick and powerful looking, but they bent weird, more like a reptile's than a mammal's. The strangest feature was what appeared to be tentacles or thick tendrils extending from its shoulders of all things. There were at least 6 of them, constantly moving like they were tasting the air. My wife and I froze. We didn't speak, and we didn't move. We could barely breathe. The creature seemed unaware of us, scanning the ground like it was looking for something, and we were determined to keep it that way. After what felt like forever, but honestly was probably only 30 seconds, it made that same metal grinding sound we'd heard 5 years prior, but softer, like it was talking to itself. But then it looked up sharply, directly toward our blind. I'm certain it couldn't see us. We were well concealed and downwind, but it seemed to sense something. My wife slowly raised her phone to try to take a picture. The movement was tiny, barely perceptible, but that creature reacted immediately. It reared up on hind legs, standing almost 8 feet tall at its tallest, and spread those wings. But they weren't like a bird's. They were more like a bat's or even a dragon's from a movie, leathery and ribbed. It screeched again, so loud it hurt my ears, then lunged forward into the fog. Thankfully not toward us, but parallel to our position. It moved incredibly fast, like it was gliding rather than running, and disappeared into the fog. We waited about 10 minutes, neither of us saying a word, before we decided to get back to the cabin. The whole way back, we kept scanning the trees and sky, expecting to see it again. But there was nothing. When we got back, my wife checked her phone, hoping she had managed to get a photo. But nope, she had never even clicked the button. Probably so scared, she'd forgotten whether she had or not. We packed up and left early, not even waiting to say goodbye to Earl. On the drive home, we finally talked about what we'd seen, agreeing that it did match the description of the snollygaster from local legends. The mix of bird and reptile features, the metallic elements, the tentacles. My wife was fascinated by this the further away we got, so she did some research. The snollygaster has allegedly been part of Appalachian folklore since the 1700s, with reports peaking in the early 1900s, when local newspapers actually ran stories about sightings. According to the legends, it has octopus-like tentacles, sharp teeth, and sometimes a metal beak, but it depends on who you ask. It's said to make a screaming metallic sound, and will prey on livestock and people. Most accounts describe it as having leathery wings and a wingspan of up to 25 feet. Some even claim it has a single eye in the center of its forehead, though that was something that we could not confirm from what we saw. The thing that bothered me, though, was the consistency between our 2 sightings, 5 years apart. Both times, the creature had the same distinctive features and made the same unusual sound. And both times, it seemed to be searching for something. I don't know if what we encountered was truly the legendary snollygaster, or some undiscovered species, but it doesn't fit any known animal I know of, and people out there still report to see it from time to time. The Survivalist Paradox: The Disappearance of Derek Luking. 24-year-old Derek Joseph Luking was obsessed with Man vs. Wild, the television show where Bear Grylls survives in extreme environments with minimal equipment. Derek went by Drock or DJ, and he had brown hair and green eyes, was 5'11", and weighed 220 pounds, with a distinctive tattoo on his left upper chest, Japanese characters meaning live or life. He was a Johnson University graduate who worked as an orderly at Peninsula Behavioral Health Center in Louisville, Tennessee.
Derek wasn't an experienced outdoorsman, but he was a huge Bear Grylls fan, and according to his family, he had been increasingly unhappy with his life. He didn't like his job. He felt directionless. He had started drinking and smoking cigarettes, highly unusual behavior for him. On March 14th, 2012, Derek vanished from his Louisville home. What happened over the next 3 days would create one of the most baffling mysteries in Appalachian Trail history. Over 3 days, Derek visited Bass Pro Shop, Knife Works, Coleman's, and Walmart, purchasing over $1,000 in survival equipment: a Gerber pack axe, Bear Grylls survival tool pack, military survival manual pages, knife sharpener, compass and thermometer, 100 feet of parachute cord, headlamp, pocket knife, granola bars, iPod Touch, tent, sleeping bag, and maps. This was not random shopping. This was a planned survival expedition. Everything was functional, practical, designed for wilderness survival, with perhaps some exception to the iPod Touch. He checked into a Motel 6 on March 14th. He stayed at Smokemont Campground inside Great Smoky Mountains National Park on March 15th. He then checked into the Microtel Hotel in Cherokee, North Carolina on March 16th. Staff later found a Bible on the bed and an empty bottle of liquor on the floor. At 4 a.m. on March 17th, security cameras captured Derek leaving the Microtel alone, wearing a gray hooded sweatshirt, dark track pants with white stripe, and dark sneakers. He carried only a small, dark day pack, not the large backpack filled with survival gear. At 8:30 a.m., rangers found Derek's white Ford Escape at Newfound Gap, one of the most popular overlooks in the park, where the Appalachian Trail crosses Newfound Gap Road. Inside the car, all of Derek's expensive survival gear was there, along with his wallet, his cash, his car keys, and there was a handwritten note. It read, "Don't try to follow me." This note wasn't addressed to anyone, just a statement, a warning, or maybe a plea. March 17th was a beautiful Saturday. Sunny and mild, it was perfect hiking weather. Newfound Gap is the busiest area of the park. The parking lot was crowded, and the trails were full. Dozens, if not hundreds of people were there that morning. Despite extensive interviews, absolutely no one reported seeing Derek. Park spokesman Bob Miller called this the most disturbing thing about the case. Rangers told reporters, "There was a ton of people in the park that day. It was a nice day. Does it mean he got off the trail right away? Maybe." The complete absence of witnesses suggested Derek either immediately entered dense forest where no one would see him, or deliberately avoided people, hiding when hikers approached, moving through wilderness like a ghost. Ranger Jim Traynor said, "We would have felt better if he had bought all this gear and brought it with him." The abandoned equipment suggested a sudden change of plans, or something far more ominous. March 17th was the first anniversary of his grandfather's death, someone Derek was very close to. His father, Tim Lou King, noticed behavioral changes earlier that year. When rangers asked if Derek might take his own life, Tim responded, "Up until now, I would have said absolutely not. But in the circumstances, there was that possibility." Approximately 60 searchers and 3 dog teams were deployed. 14 search teams walked over 70 miles of trails. Helicopters searched day and night. Rangers rappelled down cliffs and volunteers distributed 3,000 flyers. Family and friends personally hiked approximately 175 miles of trail combined. They found absolutely nothing. No tracks, no torn clothing, no blood, no camping gear, no sign Derek Luking had ever set foot in the wilderness. And then came the disturbing coincidence. 23-year-old Michael Giovanni Coccini from Nashville disappeared in the exact same area at almost the exact same time, last seen March 18th, only a day after Derek vanished. His car was found March 20th near Newfound Gap. Searches for both men were conducted simultaneously. Both young, both disappearing within days of each other and both in the same small park section. Months later, human remains were found. DNA confirmed they belonged to Michael Cochini, but Derek Luking was never found. So, what happened? One theory is that Derek attempted a Bear Grylls-style survival challenge, leaving gear behind to test himself with minimal equipment. But again, he was not an experienced outdoorsman. Theory and practice are different. This plan would be extraordinarily reckless. Another theory was suicide. The anniversary of his grandfather's death, behavioral changes, the cryptic note, the Bible in the hotel room all support this. But if Derek planned to take his own life, why spend $1,000 on survival gear? Why prepare so meticulously? And where is his body? Theory 3. It was an accident. Perhaps he went to scout trails, planning to return for gear, but got lost, injured, or disoriented. The Smokies contain dense wilderness and thick rhododendron that can conceal remains for decades. But searchers should have found something by now. Blood or torn clothing, some trace. Another theory, foul play. The connection to Cochini's disappearance is deeply troubling. Two young men, similar in age and in the same area in the same week. One was found dead, and the other wasn't found. Could someone have forced Derek off trail and made him write that note? Derek Luking has been missing for 12 years. He would be 36 years old today. His family maintains a Find Derek Luking Facebook page, and the case remains open.